next up.
Oh, it's a beautiful hole, really well bunkered, as they all are. Slight dog leg to the right. Avoid all those bunkers, especially the ones on the right, but the aiming bunker that they're playing off one is the first one on the left. You know, probably a driver, without a doubt. Then it's semi-blind over those bunkers that are called cross bunkers. They're well short of the green to a pretty wide green. Pin is in a difficult position, way in the back left.
Just 4 birdies there today to 17.
Which has been much easier than yesterday's play. This second to last hole here at Lytham. Padraig Harrington at 1 over. From that right side of the fairway, which is a great angle to come in. Hang on, ball. Okay. A lot of play today from just in front of this green, right side, and often with a putter. Even with the wet conditions, players choosing to use the putter off the green. See how far to the right he had to walk to get a clearer view of where that ball ended up. That's what you face on this hole. 15.
And we watch the leader, Brant Snedeker, get ready. Bit of a wait here on this tee. 462 yards.
Hour and 30 minutes.
Not a very brisk pace today, is it?
No, and I think that's because of the wetness. I think a lot of the guys are putting it in bunkers with water, and they're going to have to take the time to drop.
2 more hours.
Other than that, that's the only reason. Virtually no wind at all.
Curtis Billy Kratzer told us he was speaking with an official as he walked the course who said they're about 25 minutes slower than the pace of play yesterday, which is considerable, obviously.
And there you see Tiger on the range getting ready. I'll be anxious to see what he does today. He hit a lot of irons off tees yesterday. The couple of fairway medals and drives he hit, other than drive on the second hole, hit a couple left, and that's been his tendency lately. But with the drives and the irons, he looks like he's swinging pretty well, holding off everything, hitting little cuts. Let's go to 1.
And the group that includes champ from a year ago. It's not been a great year on the golf course for Darren Clarke, but reach your 40s, you win a claret jug out of nowhere, and perhaps it's a bit of house money.
Very popular player amongst his peers.
Bye-bye, guys.
This is game number 41. On a tee from Northern Ireland, the defending champion, Darren Clarke.
Work to do and plenty of it, Tom, if he hopes to play the weekend. Very nearly pulled her on the fly. What a shot.
On the tee from South Africa.
He gave him a lesson last year in links golf that last round, I can tell you that.
He hit 50 greens, and the weather and the challenge of Royal St. George is a proper links golf exhibition. Ernie Els has played so well here, top 5s the last 2 times this event's been played here. Had a chance to win the U.S. Open, as many did. It slipped away late. Way right.
Yep, came out of that. It was a short, quick swing.
And it appears he avoided the soggiest areas there.
On the tee from USA, Zach Johnson.
To the right of the bunkers and to the left of the tee box. Zach Johnson has not had a great deal of success here, but 2-time winner this year. Not only did he break par for the first time in the Open, he shattered it around a 65. Zach will have a putt to start with a birdie, as will Darren Clarke. Work to do for Ernie Els.
Again, for those that are just watching, maybe, Scott, this is an unusual starting hole with being a par 3.
What is not unusual in the Open, this grand amphitheater clubhouse here at Lytham will greet the champion golfer Sunday. Will McIlroy be part of the procession? That's a beautiful shot. And what has been a challenging day for the 23-year-old.
It's been up and down, that's for sure.
Scott, we heard the players' sound bites saying the benefit of playing the afternoon, you get to watch in the morning. So if Adam Scott was watching closely, he should know that just about everybody all day had missed that putt on the right. This was closer than some. But he'll have that left for par at number 2. Let's go to 18.
Bradley. 3 might well play the weekend. Perhaps a par will be enough. Skies look dreary, but hasn't rained much at all. That will be all you want for par. We'll check back in on that. Finally, our leader can play 15.
Well, he had a little sit down with his caddy on a bench. It was quite a wait. The Furyk group ahead did not get off the tee until they were just leaving the 14th green. Yeah. Slight little breeze helping, and from the right.
And you see him taking a 3 medal. Once again, the bunker on the left is 258 yards. And that is your aiming point. And that just right in the middle of the fairway, perfectly placed. There you see what a good hole it is. He's hit at 257 and has over 200 left.
Adam Scott just about ready here at the 3rd, coming off that par at the 2nd. Not too much. And pretty good. All right, just off the fairway as he avoids the bunker with the iron. Not too far from there, the 18th.
73 are currently at 2 over or better. It's the top 70 and ties. So a birdie would be fantastic. A par would be essential.
That was a great putt right there.
And with the afternoon wave to come, you'd have to presume that 3 will be good enough for Bradley to be part of the storyline here in his first Open Championship on the weekend. And those familiar grandstands will fill in. Those seats to the far left, closest to the clubhouse, typically fill in latest, kind of like your courtside seats at a basketball game. Oosthuizen put on an absolute display at St. Andrews 2010. Birdie putt just slides by.
McIlroy got a good look at Keegan's putt coming down there, that's for sure.
Oosthuizen will shoot 68, and he is at even par for the championship. On 1, the birdie putt for Darren Clarke. He just ran out of a bit of pace and slides off. He'll start with a par. Countryman, McIlroy, for a birdie. Take a little sting out of this round. Not to be. Opened in 67. That'll be 75. Which means a much earlier tee time on Saturday than he would have hoped for, and that look tells you it all.
It all turned around for him on the 9th hole. That double bogey. It just seemed, his game just seemed to kind of leave him. He had some highlights in that back 9, but not many.
Left it in the bunker, for those of you who weren't with us very early back in the States.
Cruel game.
It often is. But both, and I tracked all McIlroy, Bradley, Oosthuizen, know the Summit as well as major champions. The moment, it's Brandt Snedeker. Absolute control of his game. He's 6 under today. If he birdies a couple more, you'll see history. The lowest round ever in any major champion ever played. It's round 2 of the Open. Here on 1, Zach Johnson. Looking for a birdie. And finding a birdie. What a start. After his first ever round under par in the Open Championship.
Here at the 3rd, we saw the tee shot from Adam Scott. Now his 2nd. Pick a line and stay with it. Barely seeds that flagstick over the mound and did not get a break. That will be an adventure once he finds it. They can cross to 17, and Luke Donald 2nd from the fairway.
3 metal off the tee, 176 yards, just a 7-iron, Terry. Wind has switched directions again, a little bit behind the players here now. Excellent shot.
And here are the calls. Another chance for birdie, and the ball of Phil Mickelson also on that green.
Joe LaCava, Tiger Woods leave the practice ground. Less than half an hour from tee time. 22 minutes to be exact. Sorry, folks, work to do.
Looks like he's going right to the bunker there. He's got his, looks like a sand wedge out.
17.
Meanwhile, Ogilvy, this to get it to red figures. So Jeff has played well today.
Just a little short. Nice birdie at 16, Terry, to get it back to even par for the championship. But yeah, 200 in this 2nd round of the championship.
Yeah, and he said yesterday he had that sense that he should have scored better than he did. He struck the ball much better than the 72. So his 4th birdie, or he has 4 birdies on the card today. And back on the tee, Steve Stricker. Hoping it hangs on, because what you can't see there, yeah, that's going to be just fine. Those bunkers left, one of which McIlroy was in. Back to 1.
And Bubba Watson, iron off the tee here. Naturally, it's a par 3, but that was his game plan throughout round 1, as was the case with Tiger Woods. And for a guy that really likes to be aggressive, he stayed married to it. And patience was rewarded with a 67. Gives a bit of a grimace, head down, and that area is absolutely saturated. Sloppy wet. Coach will be pulling for Bubba, and certainly for Lee Westwood to make a charge. He was 3 over par after beginning birdie in the 1st round to 15.
And the 2nd shot for our leader as he awaits his players to hit. Judy?
You know, Curtis, his ball has found a low spot in the fairway, and as it goes when you're playing really well, it is just covered up with divots. He has a perfect lie. He missed every divot. The breeze is picking up at his back now. There is just a little sprinkling of rain. 211-yard shot. It plays ever so slightly downhill, and he's got a 6-iron in his hand.
Flagstick 27 paces back on the left.
It's feeling that way, Brant.
There's definitely a fraction of help in it, but I mean, not enough. No, but you just have to hit a light one of these. I'm fine with you hitting that. Absolutely. Pardon? It needs to be held against it, yes, just to prevent it from rolling over. Okay? You got the right one, bud.
Well, he has elected to take one more. They're not putting too much stock in the breeze at his back. Hole way back on the screen.
Get a lot.
More left. That's leaning left.
Yeah, it looked quick too, Judy. Quick, didn't move through it, and that is going to be trouble.
Wait, he missed the greens, Curtis?
Well, he not only missed the green, but he's going to be in some of that deep fescue that we've seen other players really struggle out of. To 3.
Not allowed for Snedeker. All right, Adam Scott in some trouble here. Remember that second shot, which found the thick rough with the tall fescue growing up. And remember, at the bottom of this is about 6 inches of U.S. Open type rough. And just to find it is an accomplishment. He's done that. His third. Able to go down after it. Pretty good shot right there. So we'll have that left to save par and remain at 6 under and 4 off the lead. Take it back to the second.
And the second shot at number 2 for Zach Johnson. Off the opening birdie at 1. That's been the very common spot. If you've been watching all day, you know very few taking aim at that front left pin protected by a bunker. Let's go back to 1.
And Bubba Watson, the challenge that he faces here.
Looks like a pretty good lie, Scott. Obviously, the bunker's right in front. Then from that bunker, out of that bunker down to the hole, it's all downhill.
See how big a swing Bubba takes here. That big.
That's impressive.
And it impressed these golf fans.
They know it.
They do that, and they're not easily impressed.
That was a heck of a shot.
That it was. I had to 4.
Second for Paul Lawrie. Currently -5. Former champion. And what we remember is Van de Velde's collapse.
17. Luke Donald looking for a 6th birdie of the day in that whole location right on a little ridge. So quickly comes to a stop. And Luke will settle for a par. Solid round today. But when you look up at the leaderboard and you see Snedeker doing what he has done, you're a little frustrated, although plenty of trouble for him now at 15.
Well, there you see it. Judy, what's he have?
You know, it looks bad, but I actually think he might have a shot because he's going to be able to get the club on the back of the ball if he doesn't get stuck in some rough before he gets to the ball.
Look out. Unbelievable. But you know what, Tom Roscoe, that's what happens when things are going your way, isn't it?
That's exactly right.
But he still had to execute, and what a shot he hit there. And he'll tap that in to save par and keep his 4-shot lead over Adam Scott.
Curtis, he's gotten through 2 very difficult 4s. Now he's got a birdie opportunity, I think, at the next hole at 16, then 2 fine finishing holes again.
We'll see how he sorts that out as Brandt Snedeker makes his way to the house as others just begin. Tiger Woods about 15 minutes away. The Open. As we rejoin you, Open coverage, round 2. Bubba Watson for what would be an awfully sporty up and in. That's really well done.
This would be pretty impressive as well. Adam Scott for par here at 3. Well, look good for a while. To stop breaking, so he'll drop a shot and be 5 under.
Iron off the tee for Brandt Snedeker here at 16, the short par 4.
Well, we said it yesterday. He made an ace here Wednesday evening practicing, but it was a completely different wind. It is really right into your face here at 16 right now.
What little there is. The other day, took out a driver in a practice round and knocked one in the hole. They said there were about 6 people who saw it, signed the ball, and gave it to a youngster who was one of the 6. Over at 2 now. Zach Johnson trying to begin his second round with back-to-back birdies. .218.
Luke Donald on the tee. 2 under for the round. Birdied 4 or 5 at one stretch. That is beautifully done.
Beautiful finishing hole, Scott. You've got 4 cross bunkers down the right side. The middle bunker, the first of the 4, is your line of play. 3 define the left side where you don't want to be.
As a player, but as a designer, which hole out here do you enjoy the most?
Oh, this is one of the prettier ones right here, and you know, presents a very good challenge.
The prettiest for Phil Mickelson because it's the last one.
Yeah.
This has not been a day that he would care to remember with any fondness. Another bunker. He's found, he'll think, all 205 today. Back to 2.
And Ernie Els, one of the few who's been left of this hole location. Birdie putt. Yes, indeed. 1 under on his round, 4 under for the championship. Now back at the tee. Bubba did take out the pink driver on this long par 4, 481, and he has smashed it. Those 2 bunkers are 322 off the tee, and he's about even with the beginning of them.
Tiger Woods less than 10 minutes away from joining the play, and Tom, he sees what everyone else sees. He sees a gigantic double-digit number up there.
That's right.
How does that impact how he's going to attack this course as we see the umbrellas go up?
There's only one other player that I've ever seen play this game with a plan like he has. In other words, you know, he will approach each hole under the conditions that he's facing with that plan and never deviate. He knows how to play each hole the best he can under those percentages given to him. 10 under is not even in his mind at all.
Graham McDowell on 1 tee. Like Tiger, a round of 67 to begin.
Very good shot there.
Beautiful, just beyond hole high there. Not an easy putt, however. Laurie on 5, 227. Right at it. Right at it. Oh my goodness.
What a shot. Stop.
Deserved maybe a little better than that for as good as an effort as that was. As you see, it's overcast day. We commented throughout that it seemed forever like it would have to rain, and finally it has. Does nothing to deter the thousands that line the fairways and fill the grandstands. No scene like the amphitheater on the 18th. And that's where Luke Donald prepares to play his second.
Pin's kind of up front, first third of the green on the right. Those bunkers on the right protect that pin.
That's a good break.
Membership bounce.
Has its privilege, as they say. Have to believe it's a satisfying day for Donald, as he's going to be under par. Just a question of how many. At least 2, perhaps 3 to 3.
Ernie Els easily carrying that bunker on the right, just keeping it short of the bunkers on the left. That's the objective. The fairway plenty wide enough before that second bunker, but then it closes down the closer you get to that, which is at 273. Zach Johnson taking a look. And Darren Clark in this group as well. So Zach already 1 under on his round today and trying to hang on to this. The flight track showing you right at the bunker. And it looks to be in. Jump up to 4.
And the troubles for Adam Scott. Second shot. Gonna carry the rough, and he just did. Okay, we'll have a pretty simple up and in from there, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Third for Mickelson at the last. Just never, ever was his championship. He'll have that to finish at 10 over par. The cut line, as you see, +2. It's set top 70 in ties, and it is moving steadily backwards towards 3 over. My guess is as Mike Tirico and Paul Azinger, Peter Allis prepare to settle in to bring you the next wave of coverage, that we'll see the cut line move in that direction. Tiger not concerned about that. He's got his eyes on the man out in front, Brandt Snedeker, at 10 under. Tiger about 5 minutes away to 16.
And Judy Snedeker, again, another very long wait for the green to clear.
Yeah, the waiting started probably at 12 or 13, and they've been waiting most every shot. That's from 147. It is an 8-iron, maybe not a real big one, but into the breeze.
Well, the field can't blame Brandt Snedeker for the slow play today, because even at that long wait, he just gets up and whacks it.
He will never be in jeopardy of a penalty. I mean, this man is decisive, and he goes.
R&A confirmed after yesterday's round there were a number of groups on the clock yesterday for slow play. And it's been a point of emphasis this year, but it has been a very slow round of golf. But a beauty for Snedeker, who's 6 under for his round. Now Bubba Watson second after the bomb off the second tee.
Well, Sean, I've caught up with this group, and that from 163 yards hanging out to the left.
We caught up to them, Billy, with a long walk to catch Bubba's tee shot. Not a very good second for Bubba. Said he learned by playing 2 rounds with Tiger Woods at the U.S. Open the importance in a major championship like these to be patient, take some irons off the tees. To 5.
Rain begins to fall a bit more briskly as Paul Lawrie dials that one in. Well holed. 2 will be a fantastic number on the 5th hole today. As the applause for the next game on the tee, a little more warm as it includes Tiger Woods. Umbrella very useful for Ivor Robson, manning his post as he will from 6:41 in the morning until the last game goes off late in the afternoon. Again, Mike Tirico, Paul Azinger, Peter Allis preparing to join you as you folks at home settle in to enjoy that coverage. Tiger Woods and Graham McDowell for a birdie to start. never enough. On 18, Donald steadied himself, had a string of birdies, bit of momentum on the front. Races past, and more than he'd wish for to finish out.
Yeah, 3-footers are never that easy. I don't care if you're as good a putter as he is.
Back to 16.
Here's another great putter, Brandt Snedeker. If he's going to shoot the first ever 62 in a major, he'll have to birdie 2 of the last 3 holes. 62 here would be 8 under. He's 6 under for the round, and this is the best birdie hole among the last 3.
A little length to this putt, though, Sean. It will move just right to left, slightly back uphill. So I think, given all the conditions, you can wrap it.
And he didn't quite hit it hard enough. Going to be another tap-in par for Snedeker.
Meanwhile, Tiger Woods prepares to begin his second round.
This is game number 44. On the tee from USA, Tiger Woods.
I think he's swinging well so far.
Started his championship with a birdie Thursday. You see the ball mark just beyond the hole. Currently, it's Brandt Snedeker setting the pace. Tiger Woods will give chase. Mike Tirico, Paul Azinger, and the Hall of Famer Peter Allis pick up the coverage next.
And we're at 18 with Phil Mickelson finishing as disappointing an Open Championship as he's had in recent years, and that says a lot. Phil's not played well in this event, runner-up a year ago, and that just adds to the list. Phil concludes at 151. 11 over par, 36 holes. Here's Bubba at 2. So Bubba saves par. 3 and a 4 out of the gate. And as Tiger was teeing off, Luke Donald was finishing. Nice bounce back middle of the round. Looked very good, very encouraging for Luke Donald. He couldn't kick it in to another gear and finish it off, but 70 and 68, 2 under par. At the top 10 at the moment, tied for 9th. Only a couple of scores in at 9 under for 36 holes. Stephen Alker, Kiwi there as well. As we're at 17, Paul Azinger and Peter Allis joining me now on our coverage, and we have all watched Brandt Snedeker through the morning here. Paul, it's been an outstanding performance as Brandt continues to wait up there on the tee.
Yeah, he's doing it all right now. No bogeys for the week, and how about hitting 26 greens in a row when the rest of the field just seems to be going backwards. So Snedeker just put it all together, and he's a little kind of a fidgety player. He's quick, and he can be a little jumpy. So he'll have a tough night's sleep maybe.
Interesting there. Did you see he walked on the tee and with the iron head just chipped up the grass to put the ball on? You don't see that's very old-fashioned, Lee Trevino style, but usually they use a tee peg all the time. And he looks cheerful. He looks as if he's enjoying it. Whether he will be in the same condition this time tomorrow afternoon or Sunday afternoon, even more important, we have to wait and see.
And seems to be handling being in the lead and having much longer waits on tees here over the last 5 or 6 holes, as the guys have been saying, play slowing down significantly. And Judy with this group has mentioned it. Seems to be handling it from an emotional standpoint just fine. Leader by 4. Zach Johnson's one of the 2 sitting on 6 under par, but he's got problems over at 3. 4th shot.
I really don't understand what's happened today, because really this morning conditions were excellent. There was hardly a breath of wind. Yes, it was coming from the other direction, but there have been some poor shots played.
Snedeker 17T.
Great shot. Time and time again, top players missing the fairway, missing the green with 5, 6, 7, 8 irons. Perhaps they're going too bolder for the flag, trying to force things too much. I don't know. But they're putting themselves well out of contention.
From Brandt there, Steve Stricker's got a chance to be somewhere around the last 6 or 7 groups to start when all is said and done tomorrow at 18. And 2 under feels a mile away, but like I said with Luke Donald before, he's tied for 9th.
Yeah, but that's right. He's only a mile away from one guy. There's tied for second is only 6 under par, so he's only 4 shots out of second, and that makes a big difference, Mike.
And Woods back at 1 after nearly holing it off the tee.
Yeah, Mike, he had a 6 iron and it basically never left the flagstick as soon as he took it back. Great warm-up for him again today. Really looks like he's just as much confidence as he needs.
Could have the worst of the weather, though, if it continues to deteriorate. There were moments this morning when it was really quite pleasant. The sun came out, no breeze, but there's a lot of very black clouds around.
I'm wondering if we're going to have something similar to what we saw at St. Andrews a couple years back when Louis Oosthuizen posted 67, 65, and then the weather deteriorated, and all of a sudden it looked as if it was going to be a one-man battle. He was 5 shots clear.
Well, he was out first at about 20 to 7 in the morning and cursing his luck, and as it turned out, that was probably the luckiest thing that happened to him.
That was the year that McIlroy shot 63-80.
Yeah.
As the weather was so bad in the afternoon when Rory was out there.
Well, there'll be a big roar if this goes in.
Tiger made a putt about the same length for birdie starting yesterday's round. Not a lot in this. May want to go left just a smidge at the end.
The greens are just a little bit faster yesterday. They double cut them last night.
Looked in.
The greens went from about 10.5 on the stump meter yesterday to 11.3 or so, they said. Today, that's just a minor difference, but Tiger said he was just a smidge off with his distance yesterday.
The third, 478. Not curving.
No, it's not. Watch out. Oh, now being left-handed there, that's going to maybe pose a big problem.
Saw Rory McIlroy over there off of 2 and 3 tee earlier this morning as well. The rail line comes about 22 paces from the edge of the fairway on the right over by 2 and 3, but not that far off track for Bubba Watson. Snedeker setting a great pace in the fairway at 17 as we continue from Royal Lytham and St. Anne's. Up at 18, Steve Stricker for birdie. Bad, the 28 putts for Steve today. Not as good as yesterday. Good score nonetheless. Stricker in 71.
Par here of 70 makes things a little bit tight. That's a little bit of a false par, I think. But here we go, Tiger at the second.
A little bit of breeze from the left. 320 yards to the bunker all the way down the left-hand side. Tiger taking it left. Going to cut it.
He overcooked it here. Oh, no, it's good. I said this yesterday, but you know, the guys that hit it the straightest seem to be the least accurate. The guys that curve it the most seem to hit the most fairways. And Tiger's gone to that big cut. He led the field in fairways hit yesterday.
Saw Zach Johnson's trebles on this third hole. Here he is for a 5.
Nope.
Drop all the way back to 4 under. Paul Lawrie is the only one at 6. Let's go pick up Adam Scott.
For a par. You really don't want to be holding 12 footers for pars. But he's done it.
Paul, you think his game plan changes given that he's gone from leader to 4 back as he tees off?
Well, I think it makes him more relaxed. You know, there's a difference in pressure and nerves. Pressure can bust a pipe. Nerves can make your hands shake. You know, so but I think it took away the nerves, but I think it may add a little pressure.
Lawrie in trouble again. So many people have failed to find the fairways. I know, well, they're not the widest fairways in the world, but that's a wonderful shot out of what looked like heavy rough. But they've missed the fairways, and they keep finding all these bunkers round about the green.
Billy Kratzer, limited swing for Bubba there.
Absolutely, and Paul was right, and just trying to put it back in play, and actually got it down the fairway a little bit further than I thought he could, Mike.
So that over at the third, he'll be playing his third to the par 4 after you open up with that par 3 opening hole and 3 par 4s. Peter talked about the par being 70. It's 34 with only 1 par 5 now in the opening 9.
Yeah, it's a bit unbalanced. Three par 3s going out. There's McDowell at second. Seen a lot of very long putts. Not many putts hold. You know, 12, 15-yard putts, 40 foot, 45 footers. You're really not expecting to hold too many of those.
Talk about Darren Clark, McDowell, Rory McIlroy from Northern Ireland.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Open Championship once played in Northern Ireland.
Amazing, isn't it? Funny how things go in little cycles.
Snedeker back to 17 fairway. Listen for a sec.
Can you see the pin? Yeah. On that little tree. Little tree.
You're clear of the bunker, though.
I would think so. Okay. Anything inside the tower, I don't even think is a cover an issue. I think it's absolutely perfect.
There used to be a house. There used to be a house right behind the screen, or over the way, with bright yellow curtains, and that was what you had. And then this silly woman went and changed the curtains, and no one could play this hole anymore.
It wasn't Judy though who found the line as well, right?
Yeah, it was a 7-iron that they thought would be absolutely perfect, and Brandt had walked maybe 75 yards up to try to get a look at the green.
You had talked about it yesterday. You were back there with Zach Johnson. Finding a spot and picking out a spot can be difficult. You are essentially dealing with a blind shot. 17. Just see the top of the flag. And Bill Kratzer, we're back with you and Bubba at the third.
Well, for a guy that's leading the PGA Tour in greens and regulation, he's missed the first 3 to start this second round of his Open Championship. But right at about 75 yards, hole located up against that bag, so I think he'd take it in kind of medium height.
Well, these are the shots that you usually get dead on line, but you're long and short, so you can dial in the right distance.
Well, he fired it pretty hard.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Settle. That's the tendency there. You can be good and inside that kind of that finesse zone where it's less than a full wedge, and you can begin to separate yourself from the field.
Paul Lawrie for a birdie. Good shot out of the rough. No. Yes. No. Fooled him halfway down. Winner in 1999. He's shown a return to form over the last 12 months.
4T, Zach Johnson coming off a double. That's the shortest of these 3 consecutive par 4s, just under 400 yards. Dogleg to the left, hopefully staying short of those bunkers. That was earlier. And let's go back to the second and Tiger.
Tiger has it at the very right edge of the fairway, 197, great angle. The one place you cannot hit it here is in that bunker just short left of the hole.
Just off, please. It's off.
Yep, stuck. It's a great advantage with the greens holding as they are. There's been so much rain here over the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like links golf at all. We're playing target golf now. Yesterday was target golf with a little bit of roll. Today's just plain old target golf. It's like throwing darts out there.
We showed you where Zach Johnson's tee shot ended up. Here he is at the 4th, second shot.
Gathered himself nicely, really, to hit a decent tee shot. A lot of times a double will carry over. He just looks like a great short iron player with that abbreviated follow through.
Good punchy shot. But several players here, Paul, this week, the sort of quick rhythm. It's interesting, isn't it, how you got some with a slow rhythm, quick rhythm. Here's one of the quick rhythm boys. Tee shot at the 3rd.
Seems like the guys with the long arms, the lanky bodies with the longer arms have the real rhythmic motion, Peter, that seems like it takes all day.
Better than those with short arms and deep pockets. They never buy you a drink.
Well, there you look at the story of this day, Brandt Snedeker, who's doing what Peter Allis thinks more players would have done today and putting up a good score. You think this was a terrific scoring day, and you're surprised that there aren't more people like that.
Very.
Here's Bubba at the 3rd, trying to save par.
Yeah, Mike, we saw the same situation earlier with Mickelson, and it's actually gone both directions. All depends how it came out of the fringe. How about that start right there? One putt, one putt, one putt.
Nothing better than hating it coming off the blade and watching it go in.
It was amazing. Oh, geez. Whoops. And she went.
All right, let's go to Judy over at 17, watching our leader by 4, Brandt Snedeker, and his 3rd.
Well, it's just about 6 feet, maybe stretch it a little bit till he gets to the putting surface, and it is subtle, but it is, in fact, early on up, and then the last 3 or 4 feet are down to the hole.
And I find it interesting, too, Judy. He's going to putt this. He's only missed 1 green today. You got to figure the guy hasn't hit a chip shot other than 2 holes ago, and that was out of the deep grass. He hasn't hit a chip or a pitch in about 5 hours.
Well, he has certainly had a hot hand with the putter. Those that he hasn't made have been no stress.
That short, quick stroke. You've got to time him. You've got a short, quick swing, putting stroke. You must get the timing right. He's been doing that today.
Brandt, who's in contention at the Masters 2008, had a very disappointing final round, shooting 77. Very emotional after the end of that round, but got a taste of what it's like on Sunday in those last groups and all that pressure that comes with it. Adam Scott now, his 2nd at the 6th.
There was a time when his swing seemed to be identical to that of Tiger's, and then Tiger's made a few changes, and they seem to be quite a few different. There seem to be quite a few differences in the look of the swing now. I don't know. What do I know?
I actually said that on Twitter yesterday, and then we said it on the air that I said that Adam Scott's leading the Open with Tiger's old swing and his old caddy.
That's very good.
And,
that's very good for you.
And his old coach Butch Harmon.
And his old coach Butch Harmon, and I've gotten run over by a few of the Australians. You know, no, that's Adam Scott's swing. Don't diminish what he's doing, and it doesn't look like he can hit a bad shot.
We're not diminishing what he's doing. People are too thin-skinned these days, Paul.
Yeah, they are.
It's just an opinion. It's not a criticism.
Peter would be good on Twitter, by the way.
Oh my goodness!
I damn touched.
You know, there's a not Peter Allis on Twitter that I follow. Is actually pretty clever.
He's got a few thousand people reading him.
And it just doubled. Ernie Els here. Ernie at 4 under par, tied for 4th. He and Zach Johnson are the only ones at 4 under. Birdie attempted 4.
Yes. Oh, God. It was right in, and then those are little subtle. These are not really cruel looking greens, like Augusta with the big slopes and lightning fast. they're relatively flat greens.
You know, I'll tell you something about Ernie Els. If you just tuned in and turned that on, you didn't have a graphic, and nobody told you who that was standing over that first putt, you would have known it was him. Significantly closer to the ball than I've ever seen.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
It's a long putter.
Yeah, it's you know, you change your eye line, and you know, he's looking for something, obviously. He's looking for a way to find the line, to see the line.
I think the top of that bleacher is a good spot. Look over that way. There's Ernie Els and his group. Come over this way. There's Tiger and his group at the second, number 2 and number 4. There's several spots in this golf course where a lot of the holes come together. That's one of the treats of this layout.
Zach Johnson now. This would be a good one to hole after dropping a couple of shots at the last hole. No. Got about 20,000 seats around the course, and of course if you've got a pair of binoculars you can perch yourself up there and maybe follow 5 or 6 holes.
Zach makes his par after the double, and we'll go over to the second green, and Andy Tiger getting ready to play over there.
Yeah, Tiger has a putt in the 45-foot range that's fairly flat the first 20 or 25 feet, and then it goes up a little ridge, and the hole is caught in a little flat area on top of that ridge. Just it's all about the speed. Just get the speed properly. It's probably going to be a little bit slower than most of the putts they've practiced.
Tiger joined Justin Rose with a par here at the second. Rose is 4 over. Sergio Garcia birdied the opening hole. He gets to 1 over.
Second hole playing actually pretty difficult today. Mike, I think he'd be happy with a par, and the third hole playing the most difficult today. So he's got that coming up next. Fairway bunkers today have water in them. You'll see guys going into the casual water. It's a penalty if you have to drop it out of the bunker if it's completely full of water. I don't think we'll see that today, but we will see guys dropping it in the sand in the fairway bunkers and having it bury.
17 a moment ago. Snedeker for par. Grant will have a chance to join that group that we discussed yesterday if he can make birdie at 18. And we've seen 9 of them today there. Chance to shoot 63, tie the major championship record. What is that you're doing here in your country under that scoreboard?
I've no idea. I'm a stranger here myself.
Control. That's the key. Not just of your game, but of your gut. Brant Snedeker at Royal Lytham and St. Anne's.
The 31-year-old American who got a win this year back on tour that really, back in the States, was remembered for the Kyle Stanley collapse on that Sunday at Torrey Pines. Although Stanley came back the next week and won in Scottsdale, but still, Snedeker getting the victory. A solid player who has gone through multiple injuries and surgeries and comebacks, even going back to his days on the Nationwide Tour. But what a day he's having today. 6 under, standing on 18T, 4-shot lead. Let's go over to 6. Bowling Brown's watching Adam Scott, his putt for birdie. What a shot Adam hit into this tough hole.
Yeah, 206 yards. He hit a 5-iron here, just about pin high, and he's got a very makeable putt.
Oh, man, that would have been really stealing 1+ on the field, guys. Just 3 birdies made at 6 today.
Tiger at the third.
There's a bunker down the left-hand side. The first bunker is 273 yards. I think that's the most important one to keep the ball out of. There's some cross bunkers that carry about 240 on the right, 245, the last one.
I like it. Strong par 4 this third hole. Bunkers left and right, out of bounds on the right. Slightly elevated green, lots of trouble round and about.
To the fourth, second for Bubba Watson.
Well, Bubba, that's from 152, and he is trying to loop this in way from the left-hand side, and it just hung.
Nobody in the game today that tries to maneuver it like Bubba Watson. Corey did it way back in the day, but he did it at about maybe 50% of Bubba's power.
And talk Corey Pavin. As Zach Johnson waits up on the 50. Boys, this is a sporty hole today, 227.
There's lots of waiting. I don't know what's happening. Everyone seems to be playing slowly. There must be something. Maybe they're going on the rough a lot of times. Maybe they're taking time because people are going in bunkers that are filled with water and decisions are having to be made. Rules officials have to be called in. I don't know, but it's just grinding to a halt.
Well, Peter, I think they're waiting for the shots coming in because Lee Westwood just hit. They're waiting for those shots coming into the fourth green with all the grandstands around.
In case they're disturbed. Yeah. It'd be wrong if nobody came. Where's that going?
Oh, beautiful.
Went there.
How about that? A couple of good shots there from 227. The Open champion Darren Clark hit it in there first. So a nice shot from Zach. Well, all this waiting, what's becoming a 5-hour round. Judy Brandt Snedeker has kept his attitude and his game pretty sharp.
He has. He has been visiting with his caddy and smiling all afternoon. He's right now waiting for the third left-hand fairway bunker to be raked, as there was a long ruling in that bunker and made this wait even longer.
Well, there's decisions to be made, I think, in a lot of these cases too, Peter. You know, you hit them. You covered all the basics, though. The fact that the rough is wet and the way it is, and lost balls and water in the bunkers.
All that, yeah.
14.
And everyone's so delicate now.
It's a big tee shot here. It's hard to carry that right bunker.
He doesn't like it. He's worried about it.
He wants it to go left. Oh, he's carried it.
Oh, that. Well, it may be not bad, or it might be just hack out. See, Richard Finch, one of our boys, managed to take 10 at the 7th. Nasty things can happen.
Harris English, this stretch down here, the American, he made 5 birdies his last 6 holes. Looks like it's going to help him make the cut. Some kind of finish for him. Fourth for Paul Lawrie at 7.
Oh, that was nice. See that little spin forward? No, you can't legislate for that.
You've said that, and I've heard other guys say that you can.
Of course you can. They live in fantasy land. You hit it and the ball does pretty well what it wants most of the time.
Especially in traditional links golf, which this has not been this year because it's so lush and so wet. Snedeker missed the fairway at 18. Leads by 4. Phil and Tiger underway with a couple of opening pars, 3 under 7 behind Snedeker. Peter, let's go to the 7th and watch Paul Lawrie try to save par.
He's had a great return to form over the last 12 months. When he's in the putting mood, well, there was Burrow there, but not as much as
Never really made much after the 99 championship that he won. Graham McDowell has had a return to better form the last year or so.
Yep, but he needs this for a par. You see, 12, 14 footers for pars is not good news. All right when they go in, but it's a struggle. Every one of them takes a week off your life.
That's why you've lived so long. Yeah. You were just tapping pars.
Miss them.
or miss them. Ernie else now at the 5th.
Ernie said a long time ago that he set up to his putter the same distance from it as he did his 7-iron.
Really?
He said his setup looked exactly the same. Now, this is nothing like the Ernie Els you're used to seeing.
He's got it much nearer, isn't it? Works? No, it doesn't.
And he's got a line on his ball. It's just, this is
search time, right?
Yeah, it's just as non-feel putting as I've ever seen Ernie look.
Judy, did you get a look at Snedeker's lie over there?
Well, I have, and I think it's doubtful that he would even try to put it on the green from here. I think it could just cause him a lot of woe.
You got to back up, please. Thank you.
He has a very lofted club in his hand. Just get it out there and give yourself a wedge shot and try to make 4 the hard way.
Just want to be sensible here. Make sure you don't reach those bunkers there you see in front of him. That one you don't see from this angle.
Few chances have gone on this final hole over the years. Leopoldo Ruiz from Brazil had a chance. Eric Brown from Scotland. Christy O'Connor. All came to this hole. Four to tie it. Hit it in the bunkers and took 5s and 6s.
Okay, well, let's worry about that.
All right, while he waits, Tiger, second at 3, Andy.
About 214 yards, a little bit left to right wind. Holes located way in the back portion of the green. You cannot go long. Middle of the green here would just be perfect.
Tiger set up for another cut shot, and he's really committed to hitting that fade, and he's so far not deviated from his game plan.
And he's hitting it so solidly every time. Sometimes you start hitting a lot of cuts, you start wiping it. He's not doing that at all.
Snedeker away.
Oh, that's just a pitch out.
Good smart shot, and he gives himself a real chance to make 4.
Well, the flag's in a nice position there, Judy. At the mouth of the green. Straight shot in.
Let's go up to 5. Saw the great tee shot from Zach Johnson. This for a 2.
The slower the greens are, the less break you need to be playing. Saw more than it was there.
Baba for a birdie.
It should drift a little bit to his right at the end.
He's almost perpetual motion, isn't he? When he hits the ball, everything moves. Even his ears flap. I swear to God, they move. It's wonderful.
Over at 18, back to Snedeker, who's trying to make par, shoot 10 under. The total would be 130. It would equal the low 36-hole score in Open Championship history. 3-time Open champ, 6-time major winner. Nick Faldo was also 10 under. 130 back at Muirfield 20 years ago.
Sir Nicholas, if you don't mind.
Sir Nick, I'm sorry. His birthday yesterday. I wished him.
Birthday, was it?
Yesterday, yeah.
Oh, he must be 60 now, is he?
Okay, absolutely, yes. Played much wind here.
I'm going to see him tomorrow, so I better be careful.
Ned's trying to hang on to a 5-shot lead when he finishes.
85 yards and the flag hangs limp.
There.
Simple.
Going back.
Oh, what a good shot.
And what a good 2 days. And the folks here know how good that 10 under par number on the yellow board looks. So he's not a champ. He's not leading after 54 holes, but the reception will be very warm and welcoming for Branch as he walks up 18.
Well, I think this is his 3rd or 4th go at our championship. He hasn't qualified before, and then suddenly here he is. I'd be very surprised if he's not leading and going into the final 36. Giant scoreboard here. They're operated by boys and girls from a couple of our most famous, what we call public schools, Giggleswick and Charterhouse.
Been that way for years, right?
Yeah, 25 years for Giggleswick and 30 years for Charterhouse.
You were right about Snedeker. 3 missed cuts in his Open Championship career before. All right, let's go back to Adam Scott Olin watching his 2nd at the par 5-7.
If he really catches it, he could reach the front, but it's a big shot.
After a drive of 325 yards, 267 to the front, he outdrove the guys by over 50.
Oh, that's nice.
Sure is.
Back to back, that's a couple of great shots to greens. Really 2 par 5 greens, even though number 6 is converted to a 4.
But a little bit of good fortune coming off the bank. Those are little breaks like that. You've got to have them to win championships.
Paul, you've watched Snedeker play here over the years. This was the 3rd time that he won on tour. When he won back in February, he's won a couple of times in playoffs. He's had both hips with surgery done in the last couple of years. Elbow problems. He's overcome injuries a lot for a guy who's 31.
And he's only the 2nd person I've ever known to crack a rib while coughing. He's had some issues physically, and but he's a good player, Mike. And He's very capable of pulling this off. He's just going to have to embrace this giant stage he's put himself on.
Back at 3, and Tiger's surveying.
Woods hit a beautiful shot just about in the middle of the green where he wanted it.
Now, Andy, before he putts, I want to go check on Paul Lawrie. He's still fighting out of trouble again. It's at 8.
Made good contact. That was a pretty straight-faced iron.
Oh, yeah, what a shot. No, it's not going to stay, I don't think. Oh,
it's gone.
Peter, the rough off the fairway, thickest since we were at Carnoustie in '99?
In patches, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that there were bits there that were horrendous, but not as bad as Muirfield 66. That was the highest, tallest, thickest rough.
Nicklaus won that year.
This boy remembers that.
Not in 66, I don't.
Oh, well, you were still in short trousers. You should have been there. You'd have enjoyed it.
Just out of diapers.
Now, Tiger. Running well. He's frightening the hole, but they're not disappearing. The rain seems to have stopped. It's gone a little bit cooler. Play won't finish until about 9:30 tonight.
At 5, that long par 3, Bubba on the tee.
Yeah, going with 4-iron, Mike. Trying to cut it, but
he's overcooked that
He
one.
has overcut it.
In there.
There's some English folks yelling "Go Lee" for Westwood. Lee Westwood's 3 over par. Hasn't been able to get anything going after shooting 73 yesterday, even for this day.
Snedeker, growing up in Nashville, spent a lot of time on those slower Bermuda greens. I think he probably developed that little bit shorter kind of pop stroke.
Well, he holds some good putts early on. It'd be nice to finish with this one. And he has. Well played.
What an excellent round again from Brandt Snedeker.
No bogeys for 36 holes.
But 66, 64, 130 into the record books for 36 holes.
That's mighty good. That really is good.
He could be way ahead by the end of this day. He's just going to sit back and drink his tea and maybe have a crumpet or two or a scone and watch from the hotel room, the warmth of the hotel room.
There's a chance that he could have a 6-shot lead after 36 holes. He leads by 5 right now. He would fit into many of these categories. He hasn't won any of the last 15 majors. He's never won one. He is an American, and he's right in that age bracket that we've been talking about with 9 of the last 10, as he hasn't turned 32 until December of this year. So.
Well, we've only had one sort of British winner here since the championship first started here in 1926, and that was Tony Jacklin. Well, our record of winning here is virtually non-existent.
Let's go to Adam Scott after that outstanding second shot up at the 7th. 4-3.
Adam's got 20 feet. He's got a little nose coming off this bunker. This putt should break left to right.
Too late. Just came too late. They're two mighty blows to find the green.
Confident stroke too. He's very aggressive. He's got a little knee knocker coming back.
Peter, you think the long putter's here to stay?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't. It's a very difficult situation. I know the R&A are concerned about it, whether they're going to change. I think they may make a rule that the club must not sort of be anchored to your body. You can have a long putter, but you use it like a 3-iron. That's nothing new about that. A fellow called Alfred Paget won this championship in the mid-30s. He was a bad putter, but a good chipper, so he got a long putter with a flat lie, putted like he chipped, and suddenly misholed everything.
He was the winner back in 36 at Hoylake. Bub out of the bunker at 5, Bill.
Yeah, 95-foot bunker shot, Mike. Trying to get it to just kind of release. Had a little brow coming off that left-hand side that he had to deal with, but Maybe 14 feet for par.
I don't think there's a breath of wind at the moment. Tiger tapping in. Stays 3 under.
I think that's a pretty steady start there. The first 3 holes aren't very easy. He's had birdie putts on all 3.
They're not easy.
So Woods is 7 back. See, there's a pretty good tournament going on there from 5 under down. Brent Snedeker has played out of this world for 36 holes. Not a dropped shot and 10 birdies. Brent Snedeker leads by 5. Adam Scott will have a birdie putt when we come back over at the 7th to try to get within 4 here on day 2 of the Open Championship. Take you out to Adam Scott's birdie putt at the 7th.
This is a little tickler. Yep, probably the reason he went to that long putter. Putts about that length.
He putts a lot better than he used to. He used to be a bit shaky from 12 feet. He holds a lot now.
Yeah, it could have been 3-4 with the 2 shots he hit into the last 2 greens, but 4-4 is good in that stretch. Bubba for a par save. It's a long par 3. Watches another player drop a shot, at least. Tiger with an iron on the 4th tee.
It's another sensible play by Tiger, and that's right in the wheelhouse, I'm thinking. Good shot.
Yeah, that's perfect. Strong par 4 again. Usually back into the breeze. Laurie. Again for a par. And again he holds it.
Every one of those weeks, he's saving stuff all over the place both days. Rory McIlroy disappointing 75 today after he finished visited with our Tom Rinaldi. Tom?
Alongside Rory McIlroy, I know disappointed with the second round, certainly, but the round changed at 9 when you found your way into the bunker. What happened?
Yeah, you know, it's just, you know, it should be a simple shot, a 9-iron, just a little right of the pin, and I was trying to hold it against the wind, and you know, just tugged it a little bit into that bunker, and you know, ended up with a pretty tricky shot. You know, tried to be, you know, a little too precise with the first one and didn't get it out, and then, you know, obviously made sure the second one got out, and, you know, made a stupid double there. You know, a hole that, you know, you just hit it right of the pin and you've got a chance for birdie. So
on the second 9, we saw you in a situation a lot of players have been in with the standing water in the bunker and then having to take a drop. How awkward is that?
Yeah, it's you know, it's not ideal. You know, the way all the water drains into these bunkers here at Lytham, and yeah, it's definitely a big punishment if you go in the bunkers, because, you know, the one that I went into on 17 there, you know, it didn't have much of a lip, so if there was no water, I might have been able to get it somewhere up close to the green, but obviously just had to play it sideways.
Quickly, the one change you most need to make tomorrow?
I just need to hit more fairways. I need to go out there and commit to my drives and commit to my tee shots, and if I can do that, then, you know, hopefully that'll help me to shoot a better score.
Rory McIlroy, a player who has gone low and shown the ability to do so, obviously hoping to do so on the weekend here. Rory, thanks very much. We appreciate it.
And Tom, thank you. Rory currently 2 over par. That is the cut line at the moment in even 70 players. So +3 is much more likely as we go back to the 4th.
And Tiger?
Yeah, Tiger has 164 yards. He laid up well short of the bunker on the left-hand side of this fairway, but has a great angle. Almost no breeze blowing right now at all. So this is a pretty stock shot.
Something worth watching here is how much Tiger's upper body is going to be pointing at the gallery, or even at that yellow sign we see up the top of the left-hand part of the screen. He's hitting a cut. Look where his upper body's pointing. It's just full rotation through the hit. Quiet hands.
Very open.
And another great shot.
It's like the Tiger of old. McDowell for a birdie.
This earlier at the 4th.
Yeah, it's going home.
Yeah, he's a fearless player, isn't he, Peter?
Oh, he goes for it.
Yeah.
Pronounce it McDool in Northern Ireland. We say McDowell, they say McDool.
How do you say Woesthuizen?
Woesthuizen. Oh, but they say Woesthuizen. I mean, they got that throaty touch, those Boers.
That's just a normal one. On the right of the tower. Absolutely, just a normal one.
All right, Olin, we're listening to Steve Williams and Adam discuss what they have here for the second shot.
Yeah, he's laid well back off the tee. He's got 204 yards. This hole's playing a little differently than it did yesterday. It's more into the wind. With a 4-iron.
Make sure you get it up far enough. If you pitch on the front, it'll come back.
What 4-iron to this green's no easy pass. That's a terrific shot. This is the only hole location in the first 2 days it's not on one of the edges, left or right. This is right up the middle of the green.
There are about 8 holes today where the flag is only 4 yards in from the edge of the green, which is very tight corners. Now, Bubba?
Must hit a big cut shot with this.
Yeah, trailing breeze, Paul. That starts up the left-hand side and then starts to cut.
Overcooked it. Players have been struggling on this hole. The last 14 groups are a combined 21 over par.
Wow. Up at 6, Ernie Els coming through that stretch, trying to make 5 from a long distance.
He's got the heel in the air, similar to Stricker. Gutted that
Save. Back-to-back bogeys for Ernie Els, offsetting that birdie at 2. 1 over for the day, 2 under for the championship. As you see, that's tied for 8th. Brandt Snedeker with the lead. Tom Rinaldi with Brandt Snedeker, our leader.
Mike, thanks very much. Golfers talk about it. Athletes talk about it. Getting in the zone. I don't know how you define it, so the best way to do it is to illustrate it. Let's take you through a couple of highlights.
Okay.
You could be here a long time as we show it to you after sterling and sparkling play.
Yep.
Let's take a look, and let's start maybe on the first hole, because you got off to a great start.
I did.
Birdieing the first.
Yeah, I had a great cut 4-iron in there about 25 feet, and luckily read the putt perfectly, a little left to right. And when you're putting good, you seem to always find the middle of the hole, and that one did.
You've always been so strong on the greens, but you also played well tee to green here. Let's take a look at the second on 2.
Okay. Kind of hit a bad drive there, got lucky. Had some matted down area, hit a nice little 5-iron kind of in the middle of the green, trying to limit my damage after that 4-tee shot.
How important is a par save early in the round like that after an errant drive?
That was a big momentum swing right there, because that could have been a bogey or double bogey and ended up making par and getting out of there.
In that matted down, obviously, area where there was a huge gallery. Here now in the 6th.
This was
long birdie putt. What did you say?
You know, just trying to get it close really from that range, about a 45-footer, and had perfect speed, and right about there I knew it was in, and thought I had something going on the greens today when that one went in.
And then on the par 3 9th hole, your tee shot, again, you have it rolling, you have the lead at this point. What do you say?
Yeah, I've got a perfect little 9-iron there, and just trying to hit it right in the middle of the green, turn it over right at it, and it came off perfect, and even I couldn't mess this putt up. You know, it's right easy putt, 3 feet up the hill.
At this point, you're bogey-free. You've completed 27 holes of the Open Championship. How aware are you of your position?
There's just so much golf left to go. You know, we got a lot left to do. 11th hole was a great little wedge shot, about 25 feet away from the hole, and you know, another one kind of hung in on the left edge, but it was a very fortunate break to go in.
You've always been so strong on the greens, but you've gotten even better now, 5th in basically strokes gained in putting now, and now on the 18th.
This was great. I knew I had made a bogey at this point. I didn't want to start on the last hole of the day, so I wedged out, had a good number, and had about 10 feet for par, and hit it right where I was looking, right in the middle of the hole. It was always nice.
Wagering obviously legal here in the UK. Your odds to start this championship, 150 to 1. Your odds right now are 3 to 1. What didn't they know that you knew?
Well, 1, I'm healthy, which is nice. I hadn't been healthy in a while. 2, I love playing golf over here, even though my success in the past has been very, very meek, or not very good to say the least.
3 missed cuts and 3 prior visits, yes.
But I knew I was close. You know, I worked really hard last week with my teacher, Todd Anderson, and we worked on a lot of stuff and swinging good at it and just trying to find one swing key to kind of tie it up all together. And like you said, I've been putting great all year, so I knew if I just got on the greens and gave myself chances, I'd have a pretty good chance at it.
We had a chance to visit in the early spring, late winter, and one of the things we talked about was 2008 at the Masters, where you suffered such a heartbreaking final round. You really shared your emotions with great vulnerability after that round. What did you learn from that that helps prepare you for the cauldron of this weekend?
Well, I learned that no matter how much we talk about it, doesn't really matter. We don't really care that much, that you do care no matter what you put off. And to realize that that's a good thing and embrace that and try to temper that as much as possible. I didn't realize how much I really wanted to win that tournament until the tournament was over with and I realized I'd lost it. And so going from that to this, I know what to expect over the weekend. I know how I'm going to be amped up and ready to go and how much it means to me, but I'm going to keep doing the same stuff I did the last 2 days.
Equaling the Open record for 36 holes at 10 under par, 130 so far. Beautifully played to this point, Brandt Snedeker. We appreciate you spending time with us.
Anytime.
Back out to the play with Bubba.
All right, Tom, thank you, and thanks to Brandt. You saw Bubba out of the rough, coming up short and to the right of the green.
I think it's cool that Brandt grew up on those public courses in Tennessee, putting on the slower surfaces, and I really just think it's kind of hitting him right in a sweet spot here this week. And the fact that he's such a confident, terrific putter is, of course, in the end, it always comes down to a putt, doesn't it, Mike?
You say that all the time, Paul, and it does. He won the U.S. Public Links back in 2003. As a matter of fact, Peter, there's Paul Lawrie rolling one in again.
Just quietly, whilst no one was looking, he knocked in about a 40-footer.
He's been in trouble. He's been a whole bunch of different places, but
he hasn't made much progress forward, but he's holding an awful lot of putts.
Here's Adam Scott.
That was for a birdie.
Over at 8.
Just like the one he hit on 7. Got that little knee knocker coming back, and now over to Tiger for birdie at the 4th. Not much to that. Terrific second shot by Woods. Every fairway, every green so far.
And got off to the terrific start with 4 birdies in his first 7 holes yesterday and hadn't made a birdie since, until that one right there.
McDowell for a par. This is at the 5th, the short hole. 2nd of the short holes. He just caught the rim and shot by.
That happening while we were talking to our championship leader, Brandt Snedeker, whose lead is 4 over both Adam Scott and Paul Lawrie after Lawrie rolled in the birdie at the 9th.
Listen, this is golf at the Open. It's a wild ride, mate. Battling those blasted bunkers. Try whacking through these weeds. Beating ourselves up and belittling ourselves until we go mad. Hang on as long as you can at Lytham and St. Anne's.
Major championship winners have been confused at times. Angel Cabrera shot 81 today. Saw his face in that montage.
Yeah, not a single player shot in the 80s yesterday, which is unbelievable. And right now, he's the only player that shot in the 80s the entire tournament. Well, now though, there's been 3 of them now, Mike. But boys,
13 of the holes. Over 200. 30 further. Yeah. So 203, 204. Okay.
This is a formidable par 3 today. You see the green, you just see the flag and edges of it. You don't really see it. It's just sort of above your eye line.
Andy, what are you seeing on this 227-yard hole?
Just a bit of a breeze into him from the left, and it's really unusual because this hole usually plays straight downwind where the players might hit even 6 irons to it. Not today.
Cut a little. 1 yard. Come on. 1 yard. Come on.
He's okay.
Well, you know you're dialed in when you're rooting for just a yard. You just knew right where that ball was, and again, very close to pin high.
And also, what's 1 yard to the left? If it doesn't cut, just that little bit more. Adam Scott at 8 to stay at 6 under. All right, so he'll head to that 3rd par 3. As Peter says, the short holes, 3 of them on the opening 9.
Adam's the least comfortable player I've ever seen with a long putter, but been very effective. Another missed putt for Bubba. That's another bogey.
The game plan stuck to it yesterday. Now he's dropped a couple of shots here.
Yeah, now we'll see if Bubba can be disciplined enough to stick to the game plan. He's still only 5 shots out of second. He's got to kind of hang in there, still playing well, hitting decent shots. He's overcooked a couple.
Peter, I know you were at Augusta. He strikes me over the years of time with you as a player that you really would enjoy because he's not a robotic player, very unique.
Oh, absolutely. And that amazing shot he played in the playoff. But people tend to forget he couldn't have done that if he'd been a right-handed player. Being left-handed, you could whip it over and drag it round. It's very hard to slice with a lofted club. I doubt whether a right-handed player could have got that round onto the green, but he did it almost like a table tennis sort of smash.
Ernie's second at 7.
Go. Go on, Ernie.
Just push that down the fairway. Having some strange game plan.
Run through everybody there. On the left-hand side, alphabetically, you see the current cut is at +2. Again, we mentioned the good likelihood it'll move to +3 as you look for your favorite players.
McDowell at the 6th.
Adam Scott, the far end of the course, the 9th hole.
153 yards. Not much happening up here. He cannot afford to miss this ball in this bunker that's to the left of the flag.
Just on the edge.
If that had landed a foot.
A foot more, right, Owen? May have released a bit for him.
A foot shorter, and it's in the bunker for sure.
That's right. How fine it has to be. Now let's go back to the continued troubles of Paul Lawrie.
He's been all over the place. He's holed about 4 very good putts. He's usually a straight hitter. At this second shot here, he's obviously missed the fairway with his tee shot, and it's a generous fairway.
He said yesterday that the first 6 holes are the strangest 6 holes he's ever played in his life. He was 3 under after 6 and didn't hit a good shot.
He had 2 pitch in and 2 almost impossible chips.
And then hold the putt from off the green right after that. Right?
He's got a chance, I suppose, if he's got some sort of lie of running it in. But I don't think that's he's right down the shaft. I don't think there's much hope for this one, but you never know. It would have been up, but it's in the sand.
That could be anything, couldn't it? There could be casual water in there, and he certainly could be up against that revetted wall.
Back to 7T, Bubba Watson.
Good tee shot here, Mike, and he can reach. Trying to play that hard cut.
Oh dear!
And this is left. This is into the trees on the left.
Oh wow!
I wouldn't even know if they saw it go over their heads.
We may never see that again.
So coming off back-to-back bogeys after opening with 4 pars, Bubba Watson has seen the wheels come off here. Re-tee.
Yeah, this one's working left also. This was either going to catch the bunker or be just left of it.
Just did miss it.
Well, so find that one. Now when they get down there, the search will begin for that first ball. And once the player, his caddy, arrive down there, 5-minute time limit will begin on the ball search. Troubles for the Masters champ, last few holes. While that was going on, Adam Scott putting at the 9th.
A good cup outside the hole. He's been consistently inside 20 feet all day.
Another one, another good-looking putt. No drop. But he's okay.
But Paul, Olin Brown, the U.S. Senior Open champ of last year, out there watching, makes a good point. Adams hit it well enough with a couple of made putts. He could be a couple closer to Snedeker.
Well, welcome back to a few crazy people here at Lytham. This is our summer, although you wouldn't think so. You might be in Alaska on a wet Sunday, but they're enjoying it, believe it or not. We're a funny, masochistic lot. getting more and more overweight as the years go by. Everyone's sitting in front of the television and playing with their whatever they play with. Some of the kids, well, you stay sleeping, son. One day you'll be overweight and out of work. Like 90% of the world these days.
You're a classic.
There we go.
Oh.
But that's what it is like here, folks, at the moment. We're not in a great financial situation, but you wouldn't think so with all these people paying to watch Tiger and really enjoying it because he's putting on the style. No. A bit of a dribbler down the hill there, Paul, wasn't it? Not a cut you could really go at.
Bubba Watson. Bill?
Well, we thought that someone located the ball, but when we got down here, they did not. So Bubba, that was his fourth.
Okay. So that first one was lost off the tee?
Absolutely.
So Bubba Watson on his way to dropping yet another shot. It'll be 3 consecutive holes. Adam Scott makes the turn back toward the clubhouse at 10.
Very important to find the fairway. Well, on most holes that's true, but a lot of trouble left and right here. It's not a long hole. No, they like it. And so they should.
Is this the wettest links you've ever seen, Peter?
I've never seen this one. Well, it was wet here when Seve won. You remember it had to go into the Monday.
It was in 1988. Paul Lawrie trying to save par again.
He can't keep doing it, can he?
Not this time. Well, he's only hit 16 greens in regulation out of the 28 he's played, so he can't keep that up.
And that isn't his game. Usually it's, fairways and greens for Paul.
Peter talked about his great comeback this year. Paul Lawrie's 8th on the European money list, the Order of Merit. Worked himself into 3rd on the Ryder Cup points list over here.
Yes, he's done, but he's now in his early 40s, so you don't often improve after you tiptoe past 40.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Suddenly things go wrong.
Well, I just think he rushed that a little bit. All of a sudden, it's just...
That was a big number from just one wayward tee shot.
That's kind of funny after all the wayward shots he's had and he's survived and scraped it around.
Yeah.
Almost like the golf gods grab a couple back on you, you know. Wow. So here you get a sense of what the golf course looks like. And at the 6th hole where Tiger is currently 4 under, and you see where the wind is, Peter, the prevailing wind, which often is at the players' backs or helping the first 9 holes, most of them, hasn't been really prevailing or strong enough to impact today.
Tiger thinking about it, plotting his position.
Tiger hit 2-iron off of this tee yesterday. Looks like he's doing the same here. He hit a little low stinger and ran it all the way down here where he's left a 5-iron. Same shot.
Yesterday he hit it farther than his playing partners with that long iron. Look at that thing go.
That's a real chaser, isn't it?
Hey, you gotta hit it right on the sweet spot to make it run like that. That is a long way. There's 2 bunkers right there. 280 yards off the tee, so that's a big poke.
Zach Johnson to save par.
No.
So he drops back, and other than Adam Scott, Tiger's 1 under par, but those other names that were up there lurking under Brandt Snedeker have been dropping back here in the early portion of their round. Mr. Alice, we'll see you over the weekend on our coverage as well.
I hope so. It's always a great pleasure and a lot of fun to see you all. You've always been very kind to me, and I appreciate it.
You're the best. As people say on Twitter, how amazing is it to work with Peter Alice? Nothing like it. And if you don't believe us, go YouTube his Hall of Fame speech. It's one of the top 10 of all time. See you tomorrow. Peter's back to the BBC. Rest of our crew hopping back in here. We've got plenty more golf to see if anybody can get close to Brandt Snedeker on day 2 at the Open. We rejoin you from the Open Championship, our ESPN coverage. Day 2 of 4 from the first ball until the claret jug has a new name at the bottom. You'll see it all right here on ESPN. 141st playing of this event, 8 o'clock out on the West Coast. Those of you might just be tuning in and joining us. You know, it's been an eventful and in many ways sad day back in the U.S. and we continue on with our task here as we cover the golf. Just north of London and a little bit to the north and west of Manchester, not too far from Liverpool where the Beatles made fame, at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's, the 11th time it's hosted the Open Championship. Let's take a look at our Pacific Life second round highlights and how we've arrived with the leaderboard topped by American Brandt Snedeker, who finished just about an hour ago. There was some action earlier today with big names, including number 1 in the world, Luke Donald, who shot 70 on day 1, even par, came back, had a stretch where he made 4 of 5 birdies. Couldn't keep it going all the way through his round, shot 68 though, and Luke Donald has moved into the top 10, tied for 9th at 2 under par. As for Rory McIlroy, it was a struggle, 5 over par. The 9th hole, he told our Tom Rinaldi a short time ago, a bit of his undoing. He left one in the bunker, then got one out. And the bunkers and everything else were the undoing for Phil Mickelson this week. Constant struggles and frustration. One of the class players in the world who shot 73-78, and only 7 players have a poorer score through 36 holes than Phil Mickelson. Brandt Snedeker, the 31-year-old from Tennessee, is our championship leader, tying Sir Nick Faldo 2 decades later for the low 36 aggregate total, 130. And Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, the PGA champ, they're sitting at 3 over. The current cut is 2 over par, but probably see it move to 3 over par as we go forward. Tiger has been a good game plan in the fairways. Finally made a birdie, his first one since the 7th hole yesterday at the 4th a moment ago. Curtis Strange, Scott Van Pelt, Sean McDonough join us calling the holes. Andy Northolen Brown, Bill Cratchit on the golf course, Tom Rinaldi, Rick Riley, Donald Turner on their post as well. A lot of us all thrilled to be with you on this Friday morning. Let's pick up the play with Sean at the 10th.
Thank you, Mike. Adam Scott now.
107 yards to a very deep pin in the screen. He will not want to go long on this hole.
And he did not. As a matter of fact, it's spun back quite a bit. Adam, an even par 34 in the front 9, was our overnight leader by 1. Now 4 back of Snedeker. To 7.
Moment ago, Bubba Watson here on 7. This hole playing completely different than it did on Thursday when it surrendered 51 birdies and 5 eagles. Today, no eagles, only 19 birdies, and it will be at least a bogey for Bubba Watson. Drove it in the trees off the tee, and he'll have that for a 6.
Sixth hole now, and Sergio Garcia from just off the fairway playing his second at the long and difficult par 4.
Yeah, Sergio has a halfway decent line, 217 yards, and a lot of bunkers up around this green. If this ball doesn't come out running fairly straight, there's a good chance he'll catch one of these bunkers. Holes cut in the front portion of this green today. I think one of the more difficult hole locations.
Hold up, please. Thanks.
Just 3 birdies here today after 7 yesterday. Tiger made one of the 7 yesterday. There's Tiger once again perfectly in the center of the fairway as he has been for 2 days now.
That is a long 2-iron Tiger hit. Whenever they convert these par 5s to par 4s, they just seem to be almost diabolical, almost unfair in some respects.
Sergio so disappointed, wanted to play so well here at the place where Seve Ballesteros won twice. Sergio played a practice round with him here in his first ever Open Championship that Sergio participated in. Well, you heard a roar in the background. This was a moment ago. I think we gave away the ending. Seven under now for Scott. And 3 behind Brandt Snedeker. Second now for Tiger at 6.
191. Not a breath of air blowing right now.
Another great shot, Andy. He's executing. He's playing intelligent golf.
To 7, where Bubba Watson has this for double bogey.
Wow. I mean, he ran this a good 6 feet by the hole, Scott. Should break a little bit to his left.
Nope. So patient the first day.
Well, the process has certainly quickened. Mannerisms, everything is speeded up.
So hard to take that deep breath and calm yourself, isn't it, Billy?
I think it is. I know it's difficult for him at times.
So it's all gone wrong for Bubba. To 8.
And the second shot for Ernie Els. Having a good week. Flagstick back center. Very accessible.
Down.
Good shot there by the man who can hit the ball in the center of club face as well as anybody that I've ever seen. And his record shows that.
There's a lot of players. You know, it's amazing, isn't it? Like you look at a Fred Couples, a Tom Watson, Ernie Els type players that they don't always hit it where they're looking, but they always hit the center of that club face.
Well, the people at home will say, what do you mean? Well, there's people that are good players that, you know, hit it on the toe a little bit, on the neck, but they hit it out there in play. But he's always been able to hit it right on the button. Goes down and through it as well and rotates as well as anybody, especially for a big man. He's a mountain of a man. There you see his record here at Royal Lytham. Finished second in 96 and
he finished third here as well. And I know he loves this golf course. He's third in 2001. There you see it. And he's not afraid to win. He hasn't won in a while.
Well, it's a ball striker's golf course, and guess what? He's a ball striker.
Yep.
One of the best.
Well, the reason it's been a ball striker's golf course is because the holes go so many different directions and the wind blows normally.
Ernie trying to climb back on that first page of the leaderboard, topped by Snedeker. Back here at the Open Championship, Brandt Snedeker. 130 his total for the first 2 days. That is tied Sir Nick Faldo's record. Adam Scott 3 back, just birdied number 10. Graham McDowell for the day even par. Zach Johnson has given a couple of shots back. Number 1 in the world, Luke Donald in at 68. And Steve Stricker make a good showing in this championship, coming off his win, or rather his 4th place finish last week. So used to him winning the John Deere. Now Sergio having a ton of problems over here at the 6, Sean.
Yes, and he's going to play away from the hole.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
Did well just to get it out. The only good thing we can say about that bunker is at least it's dry. To 11.
Look at the landing zone where Adam Scott, who's fresh off a birdie, is eyeballing this one.
Great shot. 300 yards to carry these bunkers on the left. Right down the pipe.
Beautiful ball flight, isn't it, Obi?
I'll tell you what, he hasn't missed his club face. We were talking about guys hitting the ball on the button today. He's hitting it exactly where he's looking.
It doesn't look like much can go wrong. He doesn't ever pop out of his posture or anything. His spine angle never changes. He just stays right with every shot.
What a great look from above here. Weather brightening just a little bit, and there are thousands of folks here in the northwestern countryside of England.
And now Tiger Woods for birdie, following the formula of fairways and greens. Hit almost every fairway and every green for 2 days.
Oh, he's really struck the ball well, and his putting has been pretty decent too. He's rolled the ball all over the hole. This one definitely going to slide from his left to right. Birdied this hole yesterday.
speed. The greens are just a smidgen faster, maybe a whisper faster than they were yesterday. They double cut them about 3 in the morning. They were single cut the night before.
And over to 8 quickly, Ernie Els, and that was his birdie chance just sliding by. He'll tap that in to remain at -2. Back 1-7.
Third for Graham McDowell. This hole's so much different. A day later. Settle down. Down she rolls. So different though than in previous opens. There's a plush layer of grass there. Lofted club would work quite nicely if that's the option he chooses. Ahead to 8.
And as we look at Zach Johnson getting ready for his birdie putt on the 8th. A bit of a struggle today, to say the least.
It's a big part of his strength, his wedge game and these mid-range putts. And he's missed a few of them. And that's the difference really in today and yesterday for Zach.
You know, Paul, these greens are tougher to putt and read than they look like.
Yeah, there's a lot of short, tiny little humps here. Different than a lot of the links courses with the big mounding.
To 11.
Paul Lawrie. With a putt that he ought to handle given the way he's rolled it. But this one for birdie.
Just enough.
Well, ran out of steam, but the fell on the side door. And he's back to even on the day.
Back at the 6th hole, Sergio Garcia having to play sideways out of the bunker. This is for bogey.
It's kind of hard on Sergio yesterday, but he just gives you the feeling that he thinks everybody thinks he should be the best, and really we just want you to try to be your best. There's a big difference.
And finally, Bubba at the 8th in the fairway.
194 yards, sitting right on top of a sand divot, Curtis. Trying to cut a 6-iron up there, but actually just trying to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen him playing a little bit of what he calls Bubba golf here in the last number of holes. Now over at 9.
Ernie Els comes to the tee of this par 3. He's playing 153.
Yep, downhill, Mike. This is one of the few birdie opportunities on this front side. There's been some carnage going out today.
Shot.
And that's okay. This bunker on the left and short, the one Adam Scott just cleared, is the one you're trying to avoid.
Back 2-7.
Well, 11 birdies in the 6th for the first 2 days. Tiger's got 2 of them. Iron on the tee.
They're trying to hit the exact same shot he just played off of the 6th tee, just some low burner.
Why not? It's a 3-shot hole. They like it on the tee, so does Tiger. He bends down to fish his tee out of the ground, and it is split in the center of the fairway. Andy, this strategy continues to look like it's working out just fine.
It's amazing how you don't make a lot of mistakes if you're in the middle of the fairway out here.
Tiger's obviously made the commitment that's his priority over everything else. You know, he's taken a conservative game plan and executed it to perfection so far.
He had a wood in his hand, but made a mess of the 15th yesterday. It's the one fairway he's missed here on 11. Adam Scott.
279, fellas, and I can't imagine many of the other guys in the field are going to be having a go at this green, but he is really flushing it right now.
Wow, that's spectacular. Adam Scott will have a putt to get to within 1 of the lead, held by Brandt Snedeker. For those of you just joining us, Snedeker is 64. He's played 2 days without a bogey. He's 10 under par. Scott just 3 back. to 9.
Zach Johnson's third during the PGA Tour season in scoring average on par 3s. Keep that number low. Average is just under 3. 2.99. That's third best to your average on a par 3 on tour. We saw Tiger's tee shot off the 7th. Paul, let's take a look at this par 5. Runs up against the rail line here.
Yeah, there's been some significant changes here on 7. They changed the green and added a bunker or 2 here and there. And this is one of those holes where you have to really challenge the bunkers, and you've got to get between them. There's a conservative play and an aggressive play. We saw Bubba take driver thinking he could hit a long iron into this green, and of course he ended up making triple bogey. Now Tiger Woods taking the more conservative play. You don't want to hit your second shot over here, I can tell you, because you basically have no chance. The slope on the side of that hill has grass about 2.5 feet high and very thick. Here's a look at how it's played today. It's ranked the 5th easiest hole. It was the easiest hole by far yesterday. 5th most difficult, I should say. Well, it's over par. We'll just say it that way.
Right. No, you're right.
And, okay.
Fifth most difficult, and it played the 2nd easiest hole if you go back to the 01 championship. And I would imagine that there's where you see the lack of the prevailing wind that we've had that's been missing this week, because usually this hole plays with a prevailing wind, and it's
strong, and it's a strong prevailing wind, and as just slight as the wind has been, it's amazing that there's this dramatic a difference in the way the golf course is played. At the start of the week, there's several players saying they'd happily take 2, 3, 4 over par and not hit a shot, and now look at what's happening.
Tiger's off that tee at 7, in position as he's been most of this round. Zach Johnson, Ernie Els have a couple of birdie putts on the other side of this break here at the Open Championship. Be right back.
Tiger Woods on the 7th, his second shot to the par 5.
There's a bunker down here on the left, the only one that's even in play, about 225 yards. He's just trying to take it out here to the right of it, and it has sailed it way right.
His right foot slipped big time on that swing. Does he wear soft spikes, Andy, or has he got the metal ones?
He's got the Nike with little steel nub in the middle of them.
Take another look at this.
Watch his lower body here. He's so fast, and occasionally this will happen. I didn't get to see it there, but it's a pretty decent break here that it came out of the real tall hay. Just barely see it, and there we'll get a look. Slightly open stance, which means he's trying to hit a little bit of a cut here. He's used the cut the whole tournament. Now watch the right foot just back up.
Looked like he lifted it off the ground more than he slipped.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of the Greg Norman right foot slip move there.
See what kind of lie he drew for the 3rd. To 12.
And let's go see Paul Lawrie, who was long here at the par 3. Playing 196 today. Small spot to land it over the bunker. Coming back.
My goodness.
Coming back. Yep.
Well, that's the price you pay when you hit it there, and then you take a chance to see if you can get it close. Now you just got to get that up and down, forget what just happened, and try to execute a good one here.
To the 8th.
And the tee shot for Graham McDowell. Going with a 3 medal. Fairway is 27 yards wide, just short of the left bunker where they're all trying to put it. And that's pretty much the center of the fairway. Maybe that's why he won a U.S. Open. Over to 9.
Now let's see if Zach Johnson can make this birdie putt.
Only 4 holes playing under par today, and 9's one of them. Like to take advantage of it. But you got to respect par as well. That's a pretty good shot.
Zach had a double on this side. Shoots 36, 2 over first 9. 4 par 3s in the first 12 holes, then that stretch of 6 closing 4s as Tiger looks to see what he's got left over there at 7.
Catches a decent lie. At least the hole's cut on the left side of the green there on 7.
Up ahead at the other par 5, the 11th, Scott for eagle.
45 feet up over a ridge. He's got to be careful not to drill this past the hole just behind the cup. It falls off the green.
That was not the problem. Hole a little short there.
Yeah, rightly so.
Olin, you had a conversation with his caddy, Stevie Williams?
I did. I just had a conversation with Stevie, and he said he's actually been bored out here. He had 11 fairways yesterday. He's missed 1 today. He's only hit 1 shot where he wasn't looking, and he said he's fighting the yawns.
Could have been.
I doubt that.
Could have been Jimmy Mackay. Well, you don't rake the bunkers here. They've got folks that follow you around. They had an adventure, but they're not playing the weekend. What's the lie look like here?
There's a lot of grass around the ball, but all the grain is running toward the green. So he should be able to get the club through this. It's just a matter of anything catches it once it gets right around the ball. 147 pitching wedge. I do not believe he'll be shooting this at the hole at all. Out to the right of the flagstick, try to get in the middle of the green would be a successful attempt.
This is where his strength typically serves him well. Ability to go down and get through it.
Fight. 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 Fight.
It did not. They're the darker, lush grass behind. Up and down for Tiger to remain where he stands currently. 5 behind Snedeker, and you see the reaction there. Never one to hide it.
I thought I was the only one the ball didn't listen to.
I believe that's universal, Paul.
It sure seems to be. If Tiger knew how hard this hole was playing, he'd probably go a little easier on himself.
Back to Scott for another ho-hum birdie. And 8 under par.
Well, maybe Stevie is yawning, but he did say that Adams' win at the World Series was his greatest win ever as a caddy. So I wasn't believing that when I was hearing it either.
I was curious. He had 7 of those flags before, didn't he?
Now let's go quickly over to 4 and our first look at James Morrison, 27-year-old from England. One-time winner on the European Tour, playing a heck of a championship. 1 under for the day, 3 under for the 2 days. Learned a lot of his golf at the University of South Carolina. As many Europeans come over to the States to play low golf and train.
Up ahead at 12, Curtis, we saw Paul Laurie's shot roll back into the bunker, from the bunker to. So Laurie, who was really getting the maximum out of his round because he had hit it into some tough spots and got a few breaks. Catching up with him here a bit, back-to-back doubles, is sandwiching that birdie at the par 5.
This putter finally betraying him. Calc having a great round going, good tournament going. He's 3 under today.
Calc with that familiar claw grip, and as I believe Sean McDonough or Bill Kratzer, I can't recall who it was that mentioned, but regardless of who said it, it's true. The pace of play must be driving Calc bananas. This is a guy who, unencumbered by the groups out here, could get around in 2.5. It is taking much longer today. Calc 2 under with the last play.
It's a darn good card from former Open champion. Bubba on the tee at 9.
Well, that's a 9-iron.
Tee shot of Adam Scott on the way.
196. The only place he doesn't want to miss this is long.
Ooh, that bunker. Catching it there to the right.
He's got some room to work with, though.
See Matt Kuchar also in this group. He's tied for 23rd at even par for the championship to 7.
very fluffy underneath.
Knees really bent to try to keep down the ball on a severe downslope.
Looked like it scored a little right. Doesn't run out. That's going to be a tester. He's third on his own. We'll check back with Tiger's par putt in a moment.
Now at the 10th hole. Difficult day to this point for Zach Johnson. 2 over on his round. He's missed the fairway at the par 4 10th.
Be careful not to go long here on 10. He's just going to do everything he can to get it to the front of the green.
Kick left right there.
Bounces it in there. Yeah. Watch out. Okay, that's not the worst place to be. You never know if you're up against that face or not, but it shouldn't be too difficult for Zach.
He was 1 off the lead when the day began. He's now 7 back of Brandt Snedeker. 2-8.
And the second for McDowell. Easy. Okay.
This is the only hole of the whole tournament, Curtis. It's cut in the middle of the green. Every other flag's been cut in one corner or the other.
Surprisingly, it's playing the 4th toughest on the golf course.
Wow.
Being such a straightforward hole.
Well, Adam Scott hit 4-iron into the 8th hole today, and that elevated green's not going to be real kind to. You don't spin it as well when it's uphill second.
Once again, we have such a lack of wind. This first 8 out of the first 9 holes usually plays right to left down, and it's not today. So holes like number 8 playing so much longer than normally.
Second at 10 for Ernie Els. Hoping it would release coming out of that lie, but it did not.
Just doesn't feel like a links course right now. Everything's kind of hitting and stopping. I'm just so used to seeing the ball run out.
And a tough opening 9 for Bubba. This is for birdie.
The 5 overs through 8. And now will make him feel a little bit better. See if he deviates a great deal from his game plan. Hopefully not.
38, that lost ball off 7T, setting him back on this opening 9. And we go back to 7.
Tiger scoping this out. Andy, what do you think?
Well, it's about 10, 11 feet, but this is only his second par attempt with the putter that's been over 2 feet long this tournament. So he's not in the mindset of saving pars, grinding out pars. When you start hitting a lot of greens, sometimes these putts become more difficult.
These breaking putts, the ones that he had yesterday, he just didn't hit them quite hard enough. He loved the line he was starting his putts on. He was lacking a little speed. The ones he missed with significant break, he missed low.
This would really be a huge save on a par 5.
Right into the rough. Anything can happen from there, and it's a hard-earned 5 for Tiger, who remains 5 off the lead of Brandt Snedeker.
Yeah, he's in character. Tiger's the only guy I've ever known that shows up in character and never deviates from that character until he walks off the course.
Now the birdie putt for McDowell. He's made 1 birdie and 1 bogey today, and he'll have some work left to 12.
That's what Adam Scott has left in that bunker at 12, the par 3.
Mike, he's got a little bit on the downhill of this bunker, and he's got an abrupt takeaway. That's not a bad shot all in all from me. That was a challenging one.
Yeah, having another look back at that, Paul. The downslope that he was on just a little bit. McDowell.
Just long enough to take care of it, and he will remain at -3. There you see his card. Birdied the 4th. Bogey the par 3 5th. Solid player, consistent player, and he's done it before at Pebble Beach in the U.S. Open. He knows what to expect. It's going to get tougher as the week progresses. Snedeker right now leads by 2.
This is at the 18th. Mark Calcavecchia, a moment ago, he was in a bunker off the tee and did a long look as where to go and what to do. And playing his second 90 degrees to the left of the hole. And played it over.
He played it into the grandstands to get a free drop. Now, you don't often see that. And the question is, where is there a drop circle? And if not, I know that he's within 4 club lengths of that railing. He can bring it back inside the golf course, but I think he's hit it further out the net.
Yeah, his wife Brenda caddying for him. Donald Turner from the R&A is here with us, and that was an interesting one there, Donald.
Well, you can hardly blame him if the option is to get to a nice drop zone. I'd do the same thing myself, I think. But he may well have done that. We didn't actually see where it had gone, but it looks as though that's what he's tried to do.
He played it into an opening for a grandstand that walks behind the first green. I'm almost sure.
Well, if he's in the deemed grandstand, he'll go straight to a drop zone.
Right. And there are the metal fencing you talked about. You see the card taking calc with the rules official in between the opening there. That separates the fans from the golf course. And
that's our booth, actually, right there to the left. And right there's our booth.
It's like, is there a clown's mouth over there you can hit it into? So he takes 3 clubs. His wife Brenda, you see in the ponytail over there. It's a long walk, and I don't think Calc was at the point where he could hop the fence at this point. Mark, who won in Montreal on the Champions Tour earlier this year. He's a regular top 15, top 20 every week. Yeah, on the Champions Tour.
He's one of my best friends on both tours, actually. And Calcavecchia, he gives me a lot of grief when I'm in the booth. He was going for the garbage can, it looked like.
Now go through the process of trying to get relief over there, Donald, and we're watching the scene.
To do it, it doesn't look as though he's in the deemed grandstand, so he's going to get relief from the booth.
It'll just be the stance and swing relief. So he should be able to put it in a spot where he can make a full swing.
Maybe he can play it without taking relief.
That's right, because he's not within 4 club lengths of either set of metal fencing around 18 fairway in front of you there. So he's cleared out some of the gallery, and he's firing his 3rd shot. It's going to miss the green to the right. Oops. And end up in the bunker.
Well, it must be that the only way he could go was out of the bunker. He had to go left, I think.
Just wonder if he was just hoping to get a drop there, and maybe the strategy backfired on him a little bit.
Right, where his shot ended up, and as we said,
there he is, right
down
there.
The deemed grandstand only starts where the blue posts are with the white tops.
Right, Donald's just watching that grandstand, which I guess would be here, right over there, over my shoulders. The grandstand where I didn't know it was going to do weather today. Jim Cantore to call the Open Championship, I guess. But in any case, Calc's up there in 3, so if he can get up and down out of the bunker, he'll make 5, and he's having a good day. He could shoot 68, 2 under par. To 12, Adam Scott trying to make 3. And this will be a nice bunker save.
Probably red hot for Adam Scott when it needs to be. 8 under par. Nice round going out. The 2 under par is about as low as anybody shot today on that front half.
Curtis Strange, 18.
Once again, Tiger with an iron.
Taking that fairway bunker out of play. Another nice shot.
At 5, the long par 3, James Morrison. As Curtis mentioned, South Carolina, his college days, Englishman. All of a sudden, he moves into 4th position. This young man who had to deal with Crohn's disease earlier on in his teenage days. Got healthy and out playing some good golf. Live at 8.
Tiger from the middle of the fairway, flag stick 27 paces back, center of the green.
That was from 187. Just cannot go long.
Nicely done.
A well-crafted shot by Tiger. If you've been watching the last 2 days, we've seen virtually every shot he's hit go left to right. And this one, he hit this sweet little draw. Tell you what, if the guy can move the ball both directions with confidence and still hit it solid, he can become a force.
If he is moving the ball from right to left or drawing it at will, he's going to be really dangerous because we know he can hold it off.
No doubt about that, Curtis. Totally agree.
The fourth on the way for Mark Calcavecchia. So the '89 champ beat Greg Norman at Troon. And the Open Championship will return in 2016. Going to have a putt for 5 and around 68.
Cal just keeps on grinding. He still loves it.
Seems like most every year he has a good round, at least one good round in the Open Championship, even past age 50. 9T Graham McDowell.
Seen a lot of close shots here on 9 of late. Until now.
Until this group came buzzing on through here. And Dustin Johnson's in the group, but that's not his ball in shot. It's Fujita who knocked it close. 11.
Zach Johnson on the tee. Giving up 3 today. Coming off bogey on 10. Perfect flight. Dissects the bunkers, which guard both the conservative and the aggressive tee shot. You hit it in the middle, didn't matter. He did. To 18.
And Mark Calcavecchia, and Paul, I was just talking about with Calc, around in the 60s here, it'll be the 7th time in the last 7 years that he's shot sub 70 in the Open Championship. And he's here at age 52. As they watch the '89 champ from inside the clubhouse.
Yeah, he has a fondness for the links style golf. He can play a multitude of shots, Mike. Let's get this for bogey. Way to finish. Great recovery.
5. And a good day for Mark. 71-68. Other Open champions in this group, Todd Hamilton and Sandy Lyle, both will miss the cut. Rory McIlroy, who today shot 75, is back to work, trying to figure out if he can find an answer up on the practice tee.
How did you phrase it yesterday? I said you never stop learning, and it doesn't matter how old you are, how good you are. But it's a quest. There's always this quest to try to find it.
A lifetime experiment.
That's what you said. Thank you.
You're welcome. Live coverage tomorrow, 7 a.m.
Wish I had a photographic
Eastern
memory.
time.
Whatever it is you got in that head of yours.
You don't want to know. And then, of course, Championship Sunday, we join you at 6 a.m. to see which name goes on the claret jug. Or can he find something and get the whole game right, but can he find some solution for the weekend to make a push?
And really, in the end, he missed a bunch of mid-range putts. Now over at the 9th, McDowell for birdie. To -4. Hearted it. Really solid today. 1 under par through 9. He's made a bunch of nice putts.
Adam Scott, who slept on the lead, saw Brandt Snedeker go out and shoot that 64. Adam's been pushing forward. Tiger's 2 under par. James Morrison 2 under par. But other than that, the other big names that were there from the morning wave yesterday haven't been able to follow up. As we go back to Woods at 8.
And
while we wait for Tiger, you mentioned, Mike, some of those who are high on the leaderboard backing up. That includes Bubba Watson. Missed the fairway off the 10th tee. Did his second shot over the green and rather indifferent third, so he'll have that for par. 4 over for his round today.
213.
And the second for Adam Scott.
114 yards, guys, and after hitting the absolute left edge of the fairway, he's got the ideal angle into this pin, which is protected by a slope off the bunker. Gap wedge.
You expect this to be 6 feet or so from the hole. And I just misjudged the distance. He won't be happy with that. Now quickly over to 8, Tiger Woods.
Back of this green slopes away to the back, so this putt should go left at the end.
Andy, this has been the definition of fairways and greens, isn't it?
It's been very, very simple. It makes the game think, why don't we all play it this way? But, you know, we all can't hit 7 irons 200 yards and 2 irons 280.
Making it look easy. Only 1 bogey in his first 2 rounds. There you see a score today. Birdie in the 4th and the 6th. Very methodical golf.
He's only been in trouble 1 time, and that was on the par 5 7th. It's pretty routine, pretty pedestrian for Tiger so far.
Ernie Els second here at 11.
Softly.
He's going to settle down. Never anywhere but the middle of the green. But as he thought, perhaps a little hot rolling through. So Ernie Els giving chase, as all are. Brent Snedeker, 66-64, leads the Open.
There was a time when being here for him meant getting there for sure. But now, we shall see. Tiger Woods at Lytham.
Well, major championships and Tiger Woods had gone hand in hand for so long. It's been a struggle in this championship for Tiger over the last 4 years. Missing a couple as well. His tee shot on 9.
Very short iron into this short hole, but the prudent play is headed out to the right, and that's exactly where it's headed.
We haven't seen a lot close on 9. I made that comment earlier when McDowell stuffed it in there. But that is another pretty smart play. I think the mistake most amateurs make is somehow to think that all the power comes from your arms and hands. Watch his lower body. There's a reason they put spikes in your shoes. He just rotates completely through it. If you can just get to where your arms and hands are quiet and relaxed and kind of going along for the ride, you'll deliver a better strike to the back of that ball.
John Daly here on 17 for birdie. Right on the cut line, and John looked in and whispered, "What's the cut?" I held up a 2, I held up a 3, and back and forth. That would have gotten him to 2. The top 70 and ties will play the weekend. And as we speak throughout the afternoon, it's gone back and forth. 3 might very well be enough, but John would love that one.
Tell you what, it surely seemed like it would be 3, Scott, but the wind has just gone. There is not a flick of a breeze out here right now.
Now over at 13, Scott to get within 1 of the lead.
Yeah, Curtis, he's got about 22 feet, but he's got to contend with this ridge that's coming off the back of the bunker. A lot of break.
And it's going by the hole 3.5 feet or so. Have some work left.
That was a really aggressive move, putt.
To 11.
Well, this didn't work on 7. We'll see how it goes on 11. Bogey on 10, trying to fit this between the bunkers. And as you see, the flight track tells you he's managed to do that.
Bubba's just he's got that kind of unpolished look, and he's
worried about
self-reliant, and he's got a lot going on. When it goes wrong, Sky, he's got a lot to look for.
Yeah, cut lines in play for him to 8.
And to the 5-time Open champion, Tom Watson. That's his 3rd shot. And as you see, coming up short, there's a false front. Coming back 6 or 8 steps.
Curtis, 1 under today. Tom's even par. He's tied for 24th in the championship.
Hey, let me tell you, he can still play. Whenever he plays the Champions Tour, he plays well. He's coming off a neck injury. Seems to be healthier than he was earlier in the year. But still hits the ball very, very straight and solid.
He's kept himself in just great shape. He's allowed himself to remain flexible through the years. I don't know if it's just repetitively swinging over and over again, but he still has a massive shoulder turn. He figured something out in his swing years ago.
And for both of you guys, and the love to keep doing it and keep playing on into his 60s.
Well, he doesn't play that often. He only plays 15 or 16 events, but when he does play, he plays well because he doesn't work at it a lot at home, and that shows that you have a lot of gifted ability.
Well,
but he also keeps the attitude.
Yeah.
He still loves the game.
Even for the championship, even bogeying 2 of the last 3 holes yesterday. 13.
Scott for par. Good stroke. Yeah, let's go back to 10.
Graham McDowell just off the left side of the fairway, his second, 4 under, tied for 4th, 6 off the lead right now.
Well, that'll run away. Just into the slightly unmown grass. That's about an inch or so, inch and a half. Kind of fluffy there. It won't be too difficult. He's got some green to work with.
Out there at the end of the property is the Ansdale Social Club. A little tent party. Looks like a rooftop at Wrigleyville. As you look at the neighborhood surrounding the 9th green. And Andy's down there watching Tiger.
Well, actually, Mike, I climbed up here. I have a scone and some tea right now. It's a beautiful thing.
You would not be the first on-course reporter to call a shot not from that hole.
Well, I will be back in about 15. Can you get back to me?
We've heard some legendary stories this week about on-course guys calling from 2 holes away.
Well, Tiger's got a very makeable shot putt here. Not a lot of break, fairly flat. You know, I think so often the amateur gets a wedge in their hand and they think they have to shoot at the hole. You don't have to do that. We saw McIlroy earlier today make a mess of this hole by being a little bit greedy. Tiger being very patient, puts it out here, and he still has a great opportunity to hole a 20-footer for birdie.
Yeah, at this point, you're right, Andy. He's not willing to make a careless error at this point. He's just played really intelligent golf so far.
To me, that just comes down to your mental strength, that you're just making yourself pick a line and hitting a quality shot on that line. He's been able to do that for 2 days.
His temperament's been really good.
For 31 on this side.
You know, there's nothing you can do to control the guys out in front of you. Still, you just got to focus on your strategy, your game, your philosophy. There's Tiger haters out there that want him to do poorly, and there's Tiger lovers that want him to do well. But in the end, you just got to sit back and watch and see what happens. And that's what these guys do out here when it comes to that leaderboard. You just sit back, see what happens, and you react accordingly.
To the 11th.
Where Zach Johnson, Mike, looks for a birdie, which would be very necessary to get this round back. Try to rescue it from the abyss, and he does that. 3 under to 18.
And you talked about the cut, and John Daly's 3 over par. Scott as he hits 18T.
Seems like an unnecessary club here for Daly. He might be feeling like he has to make birdie. Executes this properly, this will be a mile.
This is the fairway and ends up in the rough. To the left, clears the bunkers, all 3 bunkers down the left side. As we drop back to the 8th.
And this is the strength of Tom Watson, pitching the golf ball.
He got lucky that didn't go all the way down to the bottom there. That's a decent shot, Curtis.
He has been the best, along with the late Seve Ballesteros, the best pitcher of the ball that I've ever seen. And he'll have that left for bogey. The 10.
And the 3rd now for Graham McDowell. He pulled his 2nd back here left of the green. Wow, what a gorgeous looking shot.
That is really good there, Sean. a little bump and run, kind of up against that heavy rough.
He made I think, an interesting decision there. That's such a European lengthy decision to land that short, and he was really relying on just one hop and getting it on the green. It's exactly what happened. There's Tiger finishing off the par putt at 9.
So 2 under 32 on the front. He has played the front 9 and 6 under par. Hasn't made a birdie on the second 9 as he shot 1 over, 37 on the second 9 yesterday. He heads off to 10 today at 5 under par. 5 off the lead. Brandt Snedeker's on top. Adam Scott also smooth sailing today.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. The Open Championship on ESPN.
And that somewhere is right here at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's as the weekend is underway here in the United Kingdom. This incredible month-plus run of sport, which is capped off by the Olympic Games, the opening ceremonies a week from tonight. Golf's in the Olympics in 2016 in Rio. Tiger's on the tee at the 10th, starting his second 9.
After a very solid first 9, 32, 2 under par, iron off the 10th tee.
2 blind bunkers on the right-hand side. He started left to cut it here as he did yesterday. And he likes it as he should. Absolutely perfect.
Just a moment ago, Tom Watson, this is for bogey. Even par for the championship. Well hold. He still got it. Basically +1. Backside not playing as tough, so. And he knows it. Now up to 18.
The Union Jack trousers. John Daly missed the fairway to the left at 18. Trying to hope to make a birdie, gets 2 over par, which would be comfortable for the cut. Right now, the current cut, 72 players at +2.
You got to believe it's going to go to +3. That's a big, strong hit out of that hay.
And quick, too. Ian Poulter, the tweet on John Daly's trouser selection. The big man John Daly wearing the Union Jack trousers. I remember doing that in 2004. Doesn't get old. Can't beat the flag. My guess it's not the same waist.
No.
Yes, waist. Out of here.
All due respect.
Not the same waist. It's funny. Yeah, John Daly's stepped out with his apparel here of late. He's got a pretty solid fan base that actually will trudge around the course with him. Inevitably, there's several people in every gallery wearing the same clothes as John Daly every week.
At 14, Paul Lawrie for birdie.
This putter kind of betrayed him here for just a few moments, but not on that one. He's up and down. Lawrie has been. Still right there, tied for 4th.
This guy's alone in second. Adam Scott. As the green was cleared a moment ago at 14, he's set now, hitting his second shot. And look back down there at the ball, where the ball was.
He's probably going to just putt that little guy right there. Pin high, which is what you're hoping for.
Let's drop back a couple over the 12th. Ernie Els, Zach Johnson, and Darren Clark.
Zach didn't have an impossible bunker shot on 10 and failed to get up and down. See if he can turn it around here on 12. This will be a little more difficult.
Gives you great perspective on the height of this bunker.
Oh, it had good sound to it, but too much spin. It's hard when you have a lot of green to work with to hit a decent bunker shot because you have so many ways you're able to play it.
To the 11th.
Tee shot, McDowell 11.
Now the bunker down the right-hand side, certainly carry that, Scott. Just want to avoid the 2 on the left. And this is a good one.
Beautiful view of the trajectory of that ball flight. And that is a winner in calm conditions, or if the wind's blowing, Mike. Nice boring.
That's smoked.
It was beautiful.
Tom Watson made a hole-in-one last year at the Open Championship. Here he is on the par 3 ninth. Tom did it in the second round last year. In a group with Martin Keimer, the PGA champ of a few years ago, who's 9 over par. He returned to Woods.
And it's getting a bit redundant, but he's in the center of the fairway.
And Sean, that's a really good thing on this hole. 137 yards. The hole's cut on the back center of this green on a little plateau. Very, very dangerous and difficult shot. If you carry it back around the hole, there's a good chance it hops over the green. You throw it in there 15, 20 feet short, you can actually spin it down to the front and middle of the green. So it's got to be perfect.
So Tiger trying to hit a little cut in there, Andy.
Another 2 yards. That'd have been really special.
Controlled his spin. These guys, speed creates spin. He probably took a little more club, took a little something off it, so he didn't overjuice that ball back.
And John Daly up at 18 for birdie, trying to finish at 2 over par. That cut at 2, could go to 3, no guarantee. Was veered off to the right. John's played a little bit of better golf this year. Finished 12th at the Greenbrier, 4th in Europe and Qatar. He'll go in at +3. So still a chance. Let's go back to the 14th and Matt Kuchar, who's 2 under par for the championship, quietly in a tie for 8th.
Matt really hit a heck of a shot out of a very tough lie on the left side of the fairway to the back here, just over the green. He's got 65 feet or so.
Oh, no. That close.
That is some putt.
Cooch is the kind of guy, if the weather gets bad, could make a move up the board.
That was for 3 in a row for Matt, who birdied 12 and 13. Also made 2 over at 9. So he's kind of played steadier golf here last 5 or 6 holes, Olin.
He has. He's been scrambling a little today, but much better lately.
Waiting and waiting, not going to drop on him. You're going to have to tap it in.
The forecast is for the wind to actually pick up and blow a bit on Sunday. Should be more of the same tomorrow, though.
It's a birdie putt for Jason Duffner on 7. So another American joins a large contingent at 2 under par. Kuchar's there, Duffner's there. But, Mike, they're all looking up at another American.
Yeah, Scott, we have about 6 of the top 14 right now, Americans. U.S. players have won the last 3 majors after a drought. Graham McDowell's heading over after that beautiful tee shot at the 11th to his second at the par 5.
Actually waited for the green to clear, Mike, and
here we go.
Might be a little bit of a stretch here, but he's going to give it a ride.
Ernie Els just knocked it through a moment ago, Billy.
Just outside 285 left for McDowell.
Right, that's all I've got as well. I think that could be close, man.
You heard thought they were close. They weren't.
Adam Scott rolling that birdie attempt at 14 from just off the edge. So we'll stay 2 behind Snedeker. And alone in second. It's back at 12. We showed you the bunker shot for Zach Johnson. Here's how he finished up. This was his par putt. So 3 over today for Zach.
Maybe hit that just a little too hard.
And 8 guys, 2 under par. Move over to Tom Watson at the 9th. Curtis had mentioned the neck problems. Tom talked about his right hand and some weakness in his right hand with the pain. Wasn't feeling 100%. I ran into him during the week as he was preparing for yet another Open Championship start. Tom making his 34th.
And Tiger Woods.
Tiger has about a 25-footer, a little bit up the hill. Not a lot of break in this thing. He wasn't very happy with the putt he hit in the last hole. About the same length, and not a very difficult one. These are the kind you can definitely hole.
To get to 6 under and within 4 of the leader, Brandt Snedeker. Ooh. He's run it by just a bit. Tiger touched off a bit of a media storm during the practice rounds when he said the rough was unplayable in several places. That turned out to be true, as we've seen over and over again for a day and a half, and he hasn't had to worry about it because he's been in the fairway for 2 days. To 15.
And the second shot for Paul Lawrie out of the middle of the fairway, and this one a tough one to hit. Back left hole location. Virtually no wind at all.
Hold on. Arms away from me, just a smidgen.
Hang on, you can see why, and that'll be okay. But this hole, when the wind blows out of the prevailing direction, left to right in, it is a monster. There you see the green. Now the tee shot for Els over at 13. Going for it. 355 yards.
That's a heck of a tee shot.
That is a gutsy tee shot too.
Yeah, that he's not seeing that landing area at all from where he is. He has to know it's good though.
That's the first driver we've seen there today.
Ernie drove it on the 16th green yesterday, Curtis. Now Tiger Woods with more than he probably anticipated for a second putt.
Yeah, Sean, this is the first one of this length he's had for par all week long. Coming off enough nice par save back there at 7 from about 10 or 12 feet.
You're right, Andy. He's either tapped it in or just had the one where he's really had to grind over. This is the second one.
And when he was dominating the world of golf, these were the putts he never missed.
He went an entire year without missing a putt of about 34 inches and under. Some ridiculous stat.
Still just 1 bogey in 2 days for Tiger Woods. He played the back 9 yesterday and 1 over par. You'll recall yesterday he had it to 4 under through 7, then gave 1 back the rest of the way. Like to take advantage of the perfect conditions on the back 9 today. There is not a breath of wind here at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's right now.
Curious to see what Tiger does here on 11, Sean. He's going to take a crack at this green. McDowell nearly reached it, and as Scott Van Pelt just said, Ernie Els just blasted it through the green in 2. And here's what McDowell faces.
Now what? Now what, Billy?
Well, he and King Conboy, they've actually looked to the left. In fact, that's what they're going to do right now, Paul.
Well, they got to figure out from where you want to play the next one. And I think he's just trying to decide what's easier. If I hit it over here, or if I go out to the right.
Well, I think, well, now you run the risk of hitting it too far, and then you carry it into the tall grass.
Would you go maybe out to the fairway? And
I might think about going to the right. I mean, I think you have a better angle to the right, and I think this is a little risky, Paul.
That doesn't seem to be at all in their game plan, Billy.
No.
Never even glimpsed that way.
Well, let's just put it this way. If he goes to the left and doesn't execute, a lot more can go wrong.
Zing, you always say there's moments in these championships when they can be defining.
Everybody thinks it happens the last day because that's all they're used to watching, but a lot of times it can happen the first and second day.
Exactly. You're not there on Sunday if you make a mess on Friday. Get back to that momentarily. Here's Adam Scott.
3 medal.
Just wants to hit it about 275 and avoid these bunkers out here. And that's just past the bunker. That's in pretty good shape.
Even though it's in the short rough, it is okay. And there you see his drive of 268 and still has 200 into the hole. A lot of undulation in this fairway.
There's a look at the flags on top of the tent as they're just barely moving. And 5 minutes ago, they were just laying there like the one on the far right. I can't say enough how hard the wind blew in practice, and what these guys are dealing with now is just something I'm sure they didn't expect. Forecast was for high winds every day. Just hasn't been the case.
Well, fellas, might not have loved the idea, but it worked out, and now an up and in means par for McDowell.
And from this angle, Scott, it's a pretty level shot from here. I think the difficulty here, Paul, is the fact that the hole location is sitting right on top of one of those crowns. That it's going to be hard to judge the pace of the shot.
This is where these lush conditions will benefit McDowell. Can get underneath the ball.
So good too. And this is on a little mound, isn't it, Scott? Yep. It runs away all directions.
Yeah, Billy, that's a tricky one, isn't it?
That is a tricky one. In fact, earlier today I watched Ricky Fowler 3-putt from 5 feet.
I thought that was about what I remember from Ricky. That 3 from 6, right? That's a lot.
There's a cool look of the entire hole there.
Brand new tee. Way back there, 60 yards added to this hole, and iron in hand.
And this comes after Sergio hit a driver down here a long way, and Tiger's misses to the right.
Right on the edge of the tall junk and the shortish rough. Have to get lucky.
Well, in 7, he was from the fairway, and the second got away from him. Perhaps he can rescue that wayward tee shot. Rare miss of the fairway, only the second in the championship.
Tiger gives you the feeling that he's counting on his experience for the weekend.
Brent Snedeker hoping this is the weekend that he'll remember for the rest of his life. He leads the Open.
Brent Snedeker, our championship leader by 2. 130 his total. That ties the record for the low 36 holes. Nick Faldo wasn't Sir Nick at that point 20 years ago. 6-time major champion, 3 Open championships. Adam Scott, who started the day with the lead, has been steady at a couple under par so far. Tiger's in a little bit of trouble at 11. We go to 15.
And the second for Adam Scott.
201 yards. 6 iron, just a little light. Didn't like that swing. First one today he's complained about.
Yeah, but not a bad miss, Olin. Missed it toward the middle of the green.
Yeah.
A little bit short, but not bad. Playable. To 11.
Andy?
Yeah, he's got it halfway decent. It's not great, but the green is going the direction he wants to go, so I think he can spit this thing out here and maybe get it jumping. And he's pulled it into the left junk, and that was after he backed off the first time because they took a bunch of pictures.
That is a man trying to let go of some anger.
Well, he hadn't hit a lot of shots with a right to left curve on it, and part of what causes that is that rough grabbing the shaft and turning that club face over. See him try to hold that off, his left elbow away from his body. Yeah, the heel just got caught a little bit. The shaft actually unaffected by the grass there. It's hard to control that club face if there's all that stuff, that whiskey, heather in between you and the ball.
2 par 5s. Tiger having struggles on both to 16.
Paul Lawrie iron off the tee. He's credited his improved play lately, in part to the fact that he has a couple of young sons who are very good players, and they were on the verge of beating him. So he said it was time to get better. They're back home in Scotland playing junior golf this week and battling the raindrops there. To 18.
And David Duval, the winner last time the Open Championship was held here. 1 birdie and 7 pars on this finishing 9. But he's going to be a couple too high to make the cut here for the weekend to 5 over par. Showed you the story earlier of David. First time he's returned to Lytham since the Open Championship, how his life and career have changed since then. Let's go back to 8.
And Jason Dufner for 3 in a row. Yes. And that gets him to 3 under for the day, 3 under for the championship. Now back over at 15, Kuchar's second shot out of the light rough.
196. Again, not a breath out here right now. Counting on a jumper.
Good. Good shot. Hard to believe it hits that soft out of the rough playing links golf. To 11.
Andy, once again, what are we dealing with?
Well, he's in some pretty deep stuff. He can get the club on it. He can advance it. He has 210 yards to the hole. I don't believe there's any way in the world he needs or can go at this green. Just need to figure out a way to get it down here amongst all these bunkers and give yourself, you know, sand wedge up and in to try to save par that way.
Yeah, Tiger.
That's sensible. We'll have a clean, unobstructed view. You see all those bunkers, but none will be in his line of sight. It'll be an up and in to remain where he is at 5 under. A moment ago, it was McDowell trying to save par. Just slips out. Runner-up at the U.S. Open. Stats obsessed. He's got 4 top 3s. That just tells you how close he's been, how often he's played good golf.
And now back to 15. Adam Scott from, I'd say some 45 or 50 feet.
Yeah, Curtis, he's got 55 feet, and he's got a putt that's very similar to the one that he had for Eagle on 11. It's a little bit uphill, and the hole is resting on a little brow. And should his putt go a little too far, it could run off the back of the green.
Well, he has a good touch going today with that long putter. So efficient with that broomstick, as they used to call it.
Looks very comfortable.
He sure does. And he'll tap that in to remain at -2 for today. 2 back of Brandt Snedeker. Looks like he's going to choose to putt out. So much has been written and talked about this young man, his swing, his attitude, how good everything is, almost the entire package. And then this stick left him for a while. Winner of 8 events in the U.S., 7 in Europe.
Great friends with Greg Norman, and he's leaned on him for a number of years for counsel.
He's always had a great attitude. Always been in decent shape, Adam Scott.
He's in decent shape on the leaderboard too, Paul. 200 today, 2 off the lead, held by Brandt Snedeker.
Tiger Woods there.
As his fourth there, Scott, is long at 11. Let's come up to 18. David Duval finishing. Going to miss the cut. On his return to Lytham. We mentioned at the very beginning of David's round, right after he teed off, his home in Colorado with wife Susie and their family just 15 minutes away from where the tragic shooting happened in Aurora last night at the movie theater. I'm sure not just Coloradans, but everyone around the country. Very empty feeling as they read and hear about that story today. Let's go over to the 16th.
Paul Lawrie for birdie. Nowhere near enough from Paul. As Mike mentioned yesterday, trying very hard to get on the Ryder Cup team. He's been playing for 2 days alongside Davis Love, the U.S. Ryder Cup captain. And Davis said after the round yesterday, I'll be seeing you at the Ryder Cup. He's certain that Paul's going to be a member of it. Let's go to 12.
Davis is struggling today, unfortunately. He's 9 over for the championship. Here's Graham at 12. Back to 11.
And Tiger Woods will make at least bogey. Iron off the tee in the rough. Found the rough on both par fives. And he's played from the fairway throughout this championship almost exclusively. But it'll be a dropped shot here. So he was out of position.
Well, and Scott, the 2 fairways Tiger's missed, he's bogeyed both holes.
That's correct. 15 yesterday when he put a wood in his hand, and this one today with an iron. That's a lovely sweater. Just channeling what Peter Allis might have said.
You don't normally see Tiger struggle on par fives. He usually crushes them.
When he's won majors, it's typically been because he's obliterated par fives. 14.
Zach Johnson missed the fairway just a bit to the left at 14.
Get right, baby. Go in, jar.
Well, that would have really kick-started the round. A birdie would help too. Zach's dropped 3 shots to par here. In the second round, he's tied for 8th, 2 under. Irish C out that way. Paul, let's take some peeks here at the leaderboard. As Snedeker posted 10, Scott's done well. Jason Duffner's done a pretty solid job of moving himself back into contention. He's a late starter here today.
He's a late starter today and a late bloomer in his career. This is for his 4th straight birdie, Mike, and boy, he has really had it going for a good year and a half now.
Number 2 on the money list. Those couple of wins. New Orleans, then winning the Byron Nelson.
He should be a cinch to make the Ryder Cup team. The Ryder Cup points are of double value in the 4 majors this year, and the point process ends at the PGA in a few weeks.
He's second. Bubba Watson leads that list right now. As we go to Adam at 16.
Adam birdied this hole yesterday. When he left this green, he was 7 under par. He admitted as he walked to 17, he knew he needed 1 birdie to shoot the first 62 ever in a major. He said that wasn't a good thought to have, thinking about your final score when there's two holes to go. To 11.
Where Tiger Woods cleans up. A drop shot here. 4 under. Just some separation. You've got Snedeker, Scott, 10 and 8. Tiger and Lawrie at 4. And then there's, at this stage, 20, more than 22 between 3 and 1 under.
Yeah, Scott, it's a different feeling event as you see the compression from that 4 under mark to all the guys at 1 under. You see some very good names. James Morrison, a less familiar name from England at even par. Pacific Life highlights here in the second round. Let's show you what has happened with Tiger on his opening 9. Remember how well he played the first 9 Yesterday, Paul, was a similar type start. He had a great tee shot at 1.
Yeah, he did, and it's been surgical really so far, Mike. He hasn't mishit a shot other than when he hit it, his second shot in the rough there on the par 5, the first par 5.
He didn't make the birdie putt at 1, did hit it close at 4 there to make his first birdie.
Tiger made so many of those mid-range putts in his career. He struggled a little bit at putting the last couple of years. It's the shot we were talking about earlier.
He chased that birdie putt at 6, a 2 under first 6. And at the par 5 7th, and traditionally over the history of majors, when Tiger has played his best on his way to winning 14, played the par 5 as well, but both par 5s here unable to make up any shots in relation to par today, and showing that frustration that has frustrated many fans who watch, and Tiger himself for not hitting good shots in these situations. So he's played these 2 par 5s and 1 over today, and even for the first couple of days. And you talked about throughout the strategy and the game plan of irons off the tee and what that does. The problem is when you're not accurate and sharp in the fairway, it leaves you longer second shots, more trouble comes into play, and we've seen that play out on the few misses he's had.
I'm a little surprised he didn't hit a wood, a driver on 11 there. I thought maybe Tiger would give that one a go, but it's just, you know, he hadn't hit a driver since the second hole.
Yep, 17.
And Paul Lawrie, 19 bunkers on the hole. Trouble left, trouble right. And Lowry's hoping that it's not going to leak that way, but it does. Not the bunkers, but the rough. If nothing else, you do have a much cleaner view to the green from the right-hand side. Back to 14.
Saw the tee shot, the second shot by Zach Johnson at 14. Gonna have an opportunity to look at birdie.
You see him looking at his yardage book on the putting green, and a lot of players will take the greens in their books and divide them into quadrants, draw a line right down the middle and straight across, and you try to read each quadrant as they break, and a lot of players will try to find the straightest line they can find in each quadrant and go from there.
We had some yardage books with a lot of arrows, a lot of every little move put in there. Zach,
it's called doing your homework.
Tiger 12T.
And the 196, a little bit of breeze width, cannot go long.
The last of the par 3s. Past the flagstick there at number 12. Zach Johnson just made his comeback at 14 green, so he makes par. And Adam Scott.
His second at what has been a birdie hole for 2 days, the 16th.
Conservative tee shot has left him 140 yards. Pitching wedge.
That swing so similar to the old Tiger Woods swing. We've said that a few times this week, but you know, it's just remarkable. Let's take a look at 16 and how it's played today. You see all the red balls are the birdies and the blue ones are the pars. Marcel Seen drove the green today. The lone ball on the green, was able to 2-putt for birdie from there. See, several players have taken a crack at this green. You guys made bogey doing it.
Yep, not many have tried today with the wind completely down. Typically plays downwind. Of course, Ernie Els drove it on this green yesterday. Brandt Snedeker made a hole-in-one here Wednesday in a practice round. It'll be interesting to see when Bubba Watson gets here, now that he's on the cut line, if he has a go at it. Jason Duffner making a major move and on the tee at 10.
First really blind tee shot of the day for the guys that hit driver.
That one disappeared. Let's go to 13.
And big hitting Dustin Johnson going for the green. If anybody can do it, he can.
And that was hit right on the nose, Curtis.
355 yards. He easily flew where Ernie Els drove it to.
But look at where he is, Paul. He's driven almost on the green, but it looks like he might be dead. Welcome to Royal Lytham, here in the northwest portion of England.
Back here at the Open Championship with Brandt Snedeker's record equaling 130 for 36 holes. Top the yellow leaderboards. Adam Scott has not backed up. He has had a terrific ball striking day. Tiger Woods and Paul Lawrie are tied for third at 4 under par and 6 back. Birdie putt on the way at 12. After the bogey at 11, Tiger will tap in for 3 as we move ahead to 16.
Adam Scott for birdie to get within 1 of Brandt Snedeker.
Sean, he's just inside of, let's say, 28 feet. Up a rise. Wow. Oh, he's got such great distance control right now.
Well, as we go back to 13 and watch what happened to Dustin Johnson's going for the green, and this is what could happen.
Yeah, you couldn't have been more correct, Curtis, with trying to get a stance in there.
He has to be careful because he is at 3 over par, right around the cut line. This to 10.
And Jason Duffner playing his second. All of a sudden he's 3 under and tied for 5th, and he's played another splendid shot out of the rough. Trying to join the group at 3 under par, and in that tie for 5th, Matt Kuchar. This would be his 3rd birdie in the last 5 holes. Yes. Back to 13.
And now Dustin Johnson from just off the fringe. Probably 35, 40 feet up the hill right there. Will flatten out. I guess the driver was the right play.
What a game.
Is that unbelievable?
Well, 13, the easiest hole today. Kept pace.
Tom Watson here for birdie on 11. Get back to even par. Not quite. Well, Mark can wait to finish out.
Jason Duffner gets another birdie to fall. That's 4 in the last 5 holes.
You know, Duffner's capable of really putting himself right in position to do this for the weekend here. He's fearless, and he's put it all together here for a good solid year now.
You know, Paul, I remember 2 years ago at St. Andrews, he was right in the middle of that big wind delay, and at that time he was just a journeyman guy trying to make a name for himself, and it is remarkable how much his career has changed in such a short period of time, and in his mid-30s.
Now there you see a good look at 13, little dog leg to the right. Players can only see the bunker in the bottom right portion of your screen right there, as it's rest of it's blind, be the mounds and grasses on the right. And driver is a possibility. We've seen Ernie Els and Dustin Johnson just recently go for this green. I don't think you'll see Mr. Woods do it, though.
No, not if he's going to hit iron off 11, Curtis.
Now let's take a look at this 13th hole. 355 yards, wind, prevailing wind, normally over your right shoulder. But today, out of the left at only 2 miles an hour. 266 to the bunker on the left. 317, which is not in play today. After an iron off the tee, just a short wedge into this green hole location, middle right. Easiest hole on the golf course today. Feel like you have to make birdie to keep pace with the rest of the field. There you see the easiest hole, scoring average under par. I sometimes think there's pressure in knowing that you have to take advantage of it. Hole to 17.
Tee shot, Adam Scott.
Wow, that's just a bullet.
They like it, so does he. Miles up here. Still, there's a difficult angle from there. There's a good reminder that there's still a bunch of water in these bunkers, especially here on 17, where it's an awfully low part of the golf course. Back to 13.
The birdie putt for McDowell is to get to 4 under. Good stroke.
He's been rock steady on those.
He's the type of player that'll just hang around, quietly hang around.
Yep, kind of like Duffner's doing, just hanging around, plodding along. Tiger's taking this muscular approach and conservative, surgical look, and these guys are right there tied with him.
We saw the tee shot of Paul Lawrie. It found the rough. This hole, be incorrect to call it easy, but it's not nearly as difficult as it was round 1. And Lawrie has scrambled for pars throughout this second round. Looking to hold tight at 1 over for the day. Yet another. At some point, you have to think you run out, but he seems to have a bottomless pocket full of par putts. Good thing to have. But he's got some company now at 4 under. As some moves have been made, flags hanging absolutely limp here on Friday the 13th.
Garcia's tee shot at the short par 4.
He's 4 over par. He needs to make a couple of birdies coming down the back stretch here, Curtis.
Yeah, that absolutely ideal to come into this right hole location.
I think that's farther than you'll see Tiger hit it because it brought this bunker down the left into play. I would think he'd be short of that bunker the way he's been going.
Still 71 players, guys, at 2 over par. It's the current cut line, and only 2 players on the golf course at +3. So you're going to need some guys to back up a little bit to bring the +3s. It's getting closer to being almost like 70 on the nose making it, or 86, 87 guys in.
And you don't expect people to back up with the lack of wind out there today. Now Tiger on the tee. His aim point is left of the cranes. Oh, he must not have caught that real solidly because it's well back, but still in the fairway with a wedge on the easiest hole in the golf course. You're watching the 141st Open Championship at Royal Lytham.
Penny Lane might be in your ears and eyes, but it's also about 45 miles due south of Royal Lytham St Anne's. The Open Championship on ESPN, under blue suburban skies.
On 17, Adam Scott from the middle of the fairway.
SVP after a drive of 277 yards with a beautiful position here in the middle of the fairway. He's got 167 left to the flag.
Still a wonderful look, though. It
absolutely sensational. 7-iron right here.
It's a blind shot. The tip of the flag just in view.
Landed right on the front edge and checked up. It's still a good shot.
He'll putt up the hill. Look to get to 9. Back to 14.
And Lee Westwood really needs to make some hay the last few holes to be inside the cut for birdie. All right back to where he started the day, 3 over par. And even for the championship, that's tied for 71st. Even 70, 2 over or better. 70 in ties, make it to the weekend. 13.
Tiger back a little bit farther than most players. Andy?
123 yards of the gap wedge. There's one bunker in the right that really comes into play.
This year, it's been mostly that he hasn't hit his wedges pin high very often. He knows that and has worked hard to try to control his distance better with his shorter clubs.
To 18.
An iron choice off the tee, the 413-yard finishing hole. Got to take those 3 bunkers on the left out of play, Paul.
Well, yeah, now if you make good contact, you can take those out of play, which you can't see, but he's got to carry the 3 bunkers on the right, and he did that. It's a good shot.
17 again.
Here's Kuchar.
172 yards, fellas. He's looking a little right.
Looked like he said, "Oh shoot," which is about the bluest comment you'll hear from this affable fella.
Graham McDowell, a couple of paces off the short stuff at 14. Second shot.
Very unpredictable lie here, Mike. That ball looked like it came out pretty quick left.
7 iron, just enough on the club face, get over that bunker.
Oh.
Exhale. 13.
And now Sergio's second shot here at the short hole.
He really needs to make something happen quickly.
Well played.
You don't see that reaction on greens at an Open Championship very often.
I can't ever remember that. But we have had rain, rain, rain. It's been beautiful the last 2 days, but I can't tell you how bad it was Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday here. Rain nonstop, wind blew 30 or 35 most of the day on Tuesday. Players didn't play but 9 holes. Now to 17.
And Kuchar.
Scotty's got about 10 or 12 feet of longer grass to cover here before the green. A little rise, and then it goes downhill to the flag.
Checks up. Releases beautifully.
Yeah, terrific shot there.
And
great
again,
touch.
Not to be redundant, but because there is such lush grass around the greens, rather than putting, you can actually get a lofted club underneath it without fear that you'll short hop the ball. Back to 16.
And the fear of chunking, it's been eliminated in some respects as well, Scott. Over to 16 and Ernie Els,
who drove it on the green here yesterday. There are players on the green right now. Ian Poulter's putting on the 16th green. It looks like Ernie's going to have a go at it again.
Players can't see the green where they're teeing.
Right is not good. He was leaning as if it was right, and it was. Nowhere near as long as he hit it yesterday.
Sean, I believe that fairway bunker is maybe the only one you can put the ball on the green from on the whole golf course. There's one on the left side there if you get lucky. Just depends on how close he is to the face.
That's a good look at Tiger's putt, what he faces. Looks a little bit uphill, Andy. Looks like a little bit from his right.
Yeah, there's a pretty good slope coming out of these bunkers on the right edge of the green. Just all depends on how much it gets it going about halfway through the putt.
Not only are the greens a little bit slower than these players are normally used to, but when the greens are slower, you have to play less break.
He's looking at this, trying to go over near those bunkers and get a good look at how much slope there is coming out of that bunker.
The intensity on his face just never changes from beginning to end. It's a great gift. Concentration is a learned behavior, I believe. It's an art. This guy's mastered it.
Gave that a lot of borrow from the right.
Commented earlier about Tiger going into character. It's as if he's an actor almost playing a certain role. I don't know what he's doing in the car on the way to the course, but when he gets out of the course, when he gets into that parking lot, he goes into this mode. And it's intimidating. It used to be. It's not quite as intimidating maybe as it used to be, but boy.
Well, he parred 13 to stay 6 back.
A look from above at Tiger's position on the golf course in relation to where Adam Scott is. Plenty of supporters for Adam up the hill.
Yeah, and if he'd made half of his putts from this distance today, he'd be 4 more under par. I swear he's lived in this zone, 16, 18 feet.
Scott and Snedeker could make it a 2-horse race if they're not careful, if they get off to a decent start tomorrow.
And this guy making birdie, maybe getting that second to last group. Start talking about that for tomorrow. Paul Lawrie second. Long look, good looking shot.
Yeah. I think it's kind of cool that, you know, what really got him inspired to play again is the fact that his young son had a chance to beat him, or actually did beat him. And imagine the enthusiasm the young man has to play golf. Dad's an Open champion and living in Scotland. And the two most contagious things in the world are enthusiasm and a lack of enthusiasm. Isn't that right? You think about it.
Very true. It got him from practicing to playing more, putting up a score. And he's got a chance to put up 5 under after 36 holes if he can make a birdie putt at 18. Friday here in the UK. Glad you're joining us back in the States as we continue with our coverage from Royal Lytham and St. Anne's on an Open Championship where the wind was supposed to blow to go with the 3 months of record rain they've had in the UK. It has not happened, and it's allowed low scoring, including Brandt Snedeker, who tied the record that Adam Scott set yesterday and Tom Lehman had before. Lowest round in an Open Championship at Lytham, shooting 64 today to take the lead. The 31-year-old American, a couple times an All-American, former Pub Links champ. Ran into a little bit of trouble at 2. Off an errant tee shot after an opening birdie at 1 for the second straight day.
He's just been unbelievable. Snedeker has. We watched him play a couple holes the other day, Mike, you and I did, and he just looked like he was in perfect rhythm, and his attitude was great. Putts like this go in, it sure does make you feel good.
This was a strong stretch for Brandt. 6, 7, 8, 9. He was 3 under, made 3 birdies. Rolled that one in at 6. A 4th, par 5. 7th, and that tee shot at 9. You see, so atypical for the Open Championship. Watch the British Open over the years. The ground is green, not biscuit brown. The flag is limp. It's not starched with the breeze. And Snedeker taking advantage. Out in 30. Par at the 10th. At the 11th, long birdie attempt.
Brandt hit 28 greens in a row, Mike, and made a few putts like that.
Yep, only 2 par 5s here. He's birdied both of them both days. And dropped in another birdie at the 12th.
Only player in the field without a bogey to this point. He's got this par putt to close.
Getting in a little trouble off the tee shot, so he plays those last 6 par 4s in even par after playing them 1 under on the first day. That is a round of 64 for Brandt Snedeker, who leads Adam Scott by 2. Scott was the 1-shot leader overnight. He's 2 under for his round today. He has played well enough to go low again, just has not made a few putts. And then a good group of quality players, including Jason Duffner with the major champions Woods and McDowell. And that second page is world number 1 Luke Donald. Steve Stricker off his good form of late. And you see all those rounds in the 60, 67, 68. Average score a couple over par today, but once again, players not faced with as difficult a course as they thought they would see coming into the week. Kyle Stanley, 10 birdies, one of 4 to have 10 birdies in the first 36 holes. There you go through the group at even par. We're watching the cut as we wrap up our coverage today, and the cut is sitting right now +2. 70 players on the nose. Tiger on the tee at 14.
Going with the iron again, just to try to put it down this fairway, take all those bunkers out of play. And it just started right down the middle. Perfect.
The game plan right throughout for Woods. And it continues up to 18. Lawrie for birdie to finish with a round of 70.
It's a good finish for Paul, and it's funny what'll motivate a guy to get going, and it's just, I think it's so cool. He's enough of a family man. He loves his kids, and he wants to be out on the golf course with them.
The 71 for Paul today. We'll Put him at 4 under, tied for third. Adam Scott back on the tee.
Mike, he wants to hit about 240, 45 yards here up the left side.
Yeah, when you stand back there, it's a jigsaw puzzle. Big pieces of sand.
Yeah.
If you look back there, where do I go? Find that opening in between the two sets of almost cross bunkers. Good shot there, 16.
And Paul Azinger made the point this is one of the few fairway bunkers you might actually be able to put the ball on the green from about 40 yards. Ernie Els second.
He was benefited a little bit there, Sean, by the fact that the bunker's soaking wet. If it's that soft, sugary sand, it's harder to get the club to bounce and get it to go that distance. Ernie's got his weight on his right side for two reasons. One, the slope, but the other, it shallows you out and allows you to drive the ball and get it to go a further distance. And boy, you see him really hold on to that. But that's that wet sand helped him just a little bit there.
And these bunkers are still very wet at 16.
Shadow back here. Sir, no, back it up. Just straight back. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Andy, Tiger second.
Yeah, Tiger has 163 yards, almost exactly the yardage, and he has a front right hole location, almost the same hole location on the green as he had back at the fourth hole when he hit this beautiful little 3/4 cut 8-iron in here. Expect this will be the same thing. Fits his eye beautifully right now.
Won't be able to see where that is, but he knows he's missed the green.
Tiger thinks about why he's just a little bit off there. To 18 in the second for Adam.
Mike, he's got 152 yards. This is a green light flag location, and he has been in the correct side of the fairway on every shot today.
Look at that perfectly square divot.
Short putt, and Adam Scott could be within one of Brandt Snedeker, and significant separation at the top of the leaderboard with 1 and 2.
Now Ernie for birdie after the wonderful bunker shot. I think there's so much water in the bunkers here at 16. The Olympic divers next week in London are using them as diving practice here. We've seen a couple of 3 meters. Sticking the landing as Kuchar hopes to do at 18.
And Matt's closing strong here. Second on the way. Like that too. Matt Kuchar can join the group at 4 under.
These guys are throwing darts here at 18.
It's a nice comeback here, Paul. If he can make this birdie, it's 4 birdies the last 7 holes for Matt. Work himself right into contention.
And with the forecast to be decent tomorrow and wind picking up on Sunday, you got 2 guys right there in Scott and Kuchar that can play in foul weather. I think Adam has the advantage there, plus the fact that he's currently 5 shots ahead of Matt Kuchar. And I really believe that Snedeker and Adam Scott, if they get off to a decent start tomorrow, they can just run away from everybody unless somebody makes a move here at the end. Of course, everything always seems to revolve around Tiger Woods and what he's capable of. And, of course, he's still got a few holes to play where Tiger can make a move.
That's the second with a hybrid. 15 for McDowell.
Yeah, Curtis, he laid way back. He had 241 yards to the hole. And
well, not a bad lead, Billy. A little simple pitch up to the hole. To 11.
And Jason Duffner for par. And a red hot stretch to get to 4 under par. He stays there. Not a drop shot on the card, and he's tied for 3rd.
A fluctuating cut line currently at 2 over par. Sergio's 2 worse than that. Second shot. Rose, the third in this group, hit a good shot. He's been not part of the equation really since the opening 9 yesterday. Justin Rose shot 39 on that first 9. He's been 5 over since. At the 18th, that putt on the way for one of the 2 amateurs in the field, Northern Ireland's Alan Dunbar, the British amateur champ. He's going to miss the cut, as he's currently 6 over par, and so too will Manuel Trappel, the Austrian, who's 13 over par. So neither of the 2 amateurs will make the cut here at the Open. Last time that we had all the amateurs missing the cut was 2003.
I don't know how you know those things, because that's not written down anywhere. It's just
we
pretty dang impressive.
Well, we went looking when the guy was 6 over. We said it's got to be a while since this has happened, because that's always one of the neat parts of the prize giving on Sunday.
Well, if they miss the cut, do they still get the low amateur at 6 over?
Sometimes I wish I asked you the questions that pop in my mind, because I'm not sure the answer on that.
All right, well, good. Stump Mike once. That's the new game.
Cut it in half and give them both a half and send them on their way.
Let's see if Kuchar can get one more birdie on the way in.
That's a heck of a putt.
That's 4 birdies last 7 holes. It's some kind of playing on the way home.
Just like that, tied for 3rd for Cooch.
Our instinct is that no, the low am does not, with not making the cut, there is no silver medal.
That would make sense.
We're not 1,000% sure, but 500% sure. All right, can Adam Scott get to within 1 of Snedeker?
All right, fellas. Let's call this 6.5 feet. It's putting back up the hill. There's a little rise just past the cup. And I think if Adam plays this split the lip or just a shade outside left to right, he's got a really good chance of dropping it.
It's funny, it looks like it's downhill from our view, but Owen's going back up just a little bit. Shows there's a bunch of little humps and rolls here. Should be pretty straight. Dead center.
And another outstanding day for Adam Scott. Dropped a shot on 3 and made 4 birdies on the way in, and backs up 64 with 67. Snedeker and Scott running away and hiding through the first 36 holes.
Oh,
big gap, 5 back to 3rd. And here's Woods a moment ago. Chip for Tiger. He did tap that in while we were watching Adam Scott get within 1 of the lead. So Woods makes par there. And we go back to the last par 3, the 12th and Duffner.
Playing 162 yards today. The pin on 19.6 from the left-hand side. That's pretty good. Looks like the intercoastal waterway there running along the coast. Massive tides here.
Irish Sea rolling out there. Good playing in that group by the 2 pros. To 50.
In the 3rd for Graham McDowell.
Curtis, he just saw the little pitch shot from Fujita, so he knows the pace of this shot. Just a little chip shot. Marvelous short game.
Wow. A lot of confidence too, Billy. A lot of guys would have used the putter there.
But I think you made the point, we've all made the point the last 2 days, because of the moisture and because of the softness in the grass, so much easier to pitch the ball this week.
Certainly agreed.
It's a good save. Up to 16.
Where Bubba Watson starting to turn it back around in a positive direction. He's made 2 birdies in a row. Elected not to try to drive it onto this green. don't know about you guys, but maybe it's because I live in New England where we have a Dunkin' Donuts on every block, but in that black and pink outfit with the visor, tempted to ask him for a mochaccino and a jelly donut.
And there we have the tee shot for Sergio on the 15th.
And that's coming off of a birdie on the last. Wide right.
My goodness, we've seen some spectators get peppered. That's at least the third spectator right on the forehead.
And Sergio, who is +3, can't afford to make another bogey to 10.
Thomas Aiken to get to 4 under par. And all of a sudden, he's in the tie for third.
And now Tiger.
This is the hole Tiger hit 3-wood into the left junk yesterday and was fortunate to make a bogey. Going with the iron today.
Just hit it right at that bunker. That's 260.
See him make that big cut swing there, Curtis.
And that is just exactly where he wanted it. Keeping it short of the bunker. We saw Mickelson today hit an iron, but didn't lay up. Actually hit it in the bunker. The cardinal sin of golf.
Sure is. That's a long way back. 222 for a second.
Already else second here on 17. Frustration, no doubt, after he missed a short one on 16. But he'll have another very reasonable effort to get to 3 under par. And boy, as you look at this leaderboard, world ranking, this golf course tends to identify great players. It seems to be all there is, including the 7th ranked player in the world.
No leaderboard gravity required this week, Scotty. It's been all quality names at the top right from the start. Guys who know what it's like to be up there and don't back up often. Like Duffner, as you said.
You know what? I think part of that is because of the nature of the golf course and the real need for experience to play well here. These guys had to come out here and formulate a game plan, or they were going to end up, you know, in the bunkers and in the junk.
Well, look at the names. Duval, Lehman, Seve, Gary Player, Jacqueline, Bob Charles, Peter Thompson, Bobby Locke, Bobby Jones. Only very good to great players have won Open Championships here at Lytham. Continue at the Open Championship. We mentioned this is not a seaside links. As you can see, the towns around. You have Lytham here on your right-hand side, and St. Anne's. But Lancashire's the county, obviously both so close, and Lytham been around for a lot longer, 600 AD, and the relatively late St. Anne's on the sea. The two separate towns called Lytham St. Anne's when generally referred to, thus the name of the course. You look at the crowds here, some 44,000 around the golf course today here at the Open Championship. Saw Luke Donald, the Englishman, shoot 68 to move into the top 10. A lot of them watching Woods over at 50.
The second.
230 yards. Holes cut in the back portion of the green.
Andy, can he see the flagstick?
There's a couple of mounds here, but he can see portions of the green, and that's a nice play.
Sure is. Type of hole you're never upset at all with making par. Now Sergio hit it way to the right off the tee.
You know, he doesn't have much over here. He's in some pretty deep grass. Just a little over 220 to the hole. A lot of problems up here. If he tries to take on these bunkers, there's a good chance he's going to catch one of them.
Yeah, there's 4 bunkers up from 90 yards to 40 yards short of this green, and you'll see as we pull back, there they are. Beautiful design, because if you don't hit it well, if you put it in a bunker or the rough, you have other hazards to tiptoe around. Andy, he's looking well up there. Looks like he's got about a 7-iron in his hand.
Well, that looks like just about the right club to fly right in the middle of those bunkers. I mean, this is just one of those shots that if you can get it coming up, jumping, you might get lucky. If not, you could bring a mess back into play. But he's at the point now, he's just, you know, taking some chances. The fact that he's 4 over, or 3 over, coming off that last birdie, he knows he has to make something happen, but, you know, it might be wise just to figure out how to make a 4 here. Try to get it done on the next hole.
See choking way up on that club.
That was really well done. Carried the bunkers by about 8 yards. Well done.
And now has a chance to save 4. Let's take one more look at the strength and speed. Ball looks like it's sitting where he can get down to it, but watch the hands way ahead. To be steep on it, to get the club on the ball very steeply, to keep a lot of grass from wrapping around the shaft and hosel. Well done.
Now it's 16. Bubba Watson for his 3rd birdie in a row. Give him credit for retaining his focus. For a while he was 5 over for the round, looking like he might be in danger of missing the cut. But even par, 2 inside the cut line at the moment, as he has 2 holes to play. And we send you to Tom Rinaldi.
Thanks very much. Alongside Adam Scott after a sterling 64, you back it up with a 67. I know, well played. Let's dive right in and provide a little bit of context. Take a look at a few highlights here. You and Brandt Snedeker certainly have pulled yourselves well clear of the field right now. I know you didn't get off to the start you necessarily wanted, but let's pick it up with a second at the 7th.
Yeah, this was 2 really good shots to knock it on this green today. The drive ran out there, and then I was able to loft that one in, and it's kind of a lucky bounce, but it's a big hill sitting right there, so...
Well, you took advantage of your good fortune there, made the turn then, and the birdie here that came at the 10th.
Yeah, this was a nice bit of momentum because it was a pretty lousy wedge shot. I was playing really safe with the wedge, and then I hit a lousy one as well, and so this was a real bonus to start the back 9 and I think get in red figures for the day.
You did, and then you started to develop a little momentum. Birdie, you followed that up with a birdie at 11, and you've done this here. You've strung together birdies, and here we are at 12.
12, this is huge. These are the ones that keep your round going.
Why are par saves so important to developing and keeping that momentum around that, and why?
Especially at majors, just because shots are so hard to make up.
6 straight pars to keep that momentum, and then here we are at 18.
Yeah, I got perfect yardage, 150 yards, and that's my 9-9 yardage, so I was able to just put a swing right on that and knock it in that place.
Almost looks freakish in links golf to see balls check up in that regard. I know you were happy, and then, of course, the putt at the last.
Yeah, a really good putt. I really wanted to make that one and just get that little bit closer to Brandt and feel like I'm, right up there at the top.
The back has proven to be the tougher 9 by far, Adam. You had 3 under on the back on this side. You never seem to change your demeanor, but what's going on inside you as you sense where you are on the leaderboard?
Yeah, I was good today. Again, a bit of a shaky start. They were tough holes early. We had to pull the woods out of the bag on the first couple of holes there, 2 and 3. But I got a little nervous after 11, and I made a birdie and started moving up the leaderboard a little bit and understanding what kind of position I was moving in because the board was separating. But I managed to calm myself down pretty well to play the last few holes solid because they're tough holes in any conditions.
You have such a good and strong rapport with Stevie on the bag, which you've developed at now. What does he provide, given that he's won Opens here?
Yeah, it's just that experience at any point. That great experience of his might come in handy, and certainly we've got a good strategy for here. So far I've been able to execute the way we want to and not get myself in too much trouble. But if that doesn't happen over the weekend, I can certainly lean on his experience to help guide me around a little bit.
Well, certainly beautifully played here through 36 holes, and barring something utterly miraculous, you'll be in the final pairing with Brandt Snedeker, a player I know you've played with in the past. Adam Scott in strong position, Mike.
And Tom, you talked about the last group and Steve Williams, his caddy's experience in the last group. Adam's never been in the last group of a major on the weekend. Brandt Snedeker twice the last 2 days at the 08 Masters. It's a 16.
And Graham McDowell second.
Well, he was urging it to get to the right. That was from 136 yards, Sean, but we'll have an opportunity up the hill.
Just a slight pull for McDowell, part of the tie for third at the moment, but a long way back of the leader.
Now Sergio, after driving to the right, hack into this position. Has to be careful not to go a little bit long. Easy. Okay, well played. And we'll have that to stay at +3.
At 14, Tom Watson, who had that good round going, has given back a couple here. And he's right on the cut line, 2 over par. Right now, an even 70 players are at 2, and that's exactly what happened the last time the Open was here in 2001. It was an even 70 players that made it at 2 over. That total was 144 because the par was different then. A couple of bogeys for Watson.
At 11, it's Thomas Aiken. The lone interloper, if you like, among those in the top 3. Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh, what an unforced error that was.
No doubt, Zinger. He'll have some work to do. To 13.
And the misplayed tee shot for Jason Duffer on this short par 4. Short right bunker. Impossible, I think, to get it all the way to the hole, to the green.
It's another one of those, really, because of the wet sand. He could probably go a little farther than normal. That's a heck of a shot.
Oh, that is a gutsy shot, too. Courageous shot. Now the birdie putt for Tiger Woods.
A little ridge in the middle of this putt, might throw it to the right.
Good effort. Stay at -4.
He just seems content to stick to this real conservative game plan, not really giving him much of a thought to the guys out in front. He's 6 behind Curtis, 5 behind Adam Scott, second place. Do you think it's time for Tiger to maybe push that pedal down on the right? Or
not yet?
I agree.
Not yet. It's a lot of golf to be played.
Back to Aiken. 136 in the world. Again, the lofted club, much more sensible play and tad easier to pull off given the lies. He'll have that for par. Back to Sergio.
And this for par. Big putt here. And now it looks like he's going to have to make 2 birdies in the last 3 holes to be around on the weekend. The 16.
And Graham McDowell to get to 5 under and alone in 3rd place.
Oh, this putt going back up the hill. Saw this putt earlier, Sean. Just kind of peel off to the right at the end.
McDowell missed the cut last year at Royal St. George's. Said he was a little bit lost mentally trying to live up to the pressures of being a major champion after his victory at the U.S. Open the prior year. Among those who made a move today, Matt Kuchar, and he's with Tom Rinaldi.
Thanks very much. A very big move, and we were chatting before. You wish you could just go back to 1 tee right now, put the peg in the ground, and keep playing. Well, what changed in this round to put you on the roll that you did toward a 67?
I think I've just gotten better and better both days as the rounds have gone on. I find the first couple holes a little bit tough. Starting on 1 with a par 3 is awkward, and then 2 and 3 are difficult holes. And when I've gotten through those, gotten my feet under me, I feel like I've gotten better and better and really finished strong today. The weather's perfect, and I do wish I could keep going.
Only your second Open Championship cut made, Matt. What clicked on this trip that was lacking before?
I've been playing better and better golf. I really feel like my game is well suited for British Opens. I enjoy the golf over here. I just haven't played all that well yet, and it's come along nicely this week. It's fun to be having made a cut playing on the weekend and now with a chance to contend.
Here's Tiger, tee shot on 16. What will he face coming in here in these final 3 holes in these conditions, Matt?
16 is a birdie hole, 16 is an iron and a wedge. 17, if you hit a good drive, it's a potential birdie. Pins up front, it's a mid-iron to short iron. And again, 18, if you find the fairway, I had 3-wood and a pitching wedge. So you got potential birdies if you just stay out of those bunkers.
You come on out, you practice, you study the prevailing wind. The golf course suddenly presents a completely different picture. What How do you adjust to that kind of change?
It's a little easier to adjust this way when things get easier. If it had been still in the practice rounds and then blowy and rainy in the real tournament, it'd be tough. But this way was easier. Ground was softer. It was a pretty easy adjustment.
Different ways to play these final holes. On 16, here's Sergio with the big stick going for the green. What do you think of this play?
It's not bad. You just can't miss it right. I think driver, if you got the length like Sergio does, if he misses it left, pin is back right, should be a relatively easy up and down. This looks like it'd be going right, which just not much chance from there. Oh, that was left, but better than right there. It may have a chance with that pin location.
Would that be a play you would entertain?
No, I'm not. I don't have that sort of length. Sergio can generate the club head speed. I even played with Adam Scott, who drove it beautifully today, and he's got the length, and he pulled an iron out, and just it's as simple as an iron and a wedge, and it's hard to mess that up.
Well, take us through a little bit of your round here, Matt. Let's take a look. You played very, very well. Let's pick it up here with the 9th and the putt.
Yeah, putted well. I was just a couple over, and here had a pretty straight uphill putt. It was probably 15 feet, and that's the nice thing around here. If you leave yourself pin high, you got a lot of straight putts, and was rolling it nicely. So nice to get a birdie here. 16th.
And a birdie putt here on 16.
Here was the hole we saw Sergio on. It's just it was a 4-iron and a pitching wedge, probably 25, 30 feet. Pretty straight putt, and glad to see that one go in.
And now, in this closing stretch, your approach on the home hole.
Yeah, here was just a 3-wood off the tee. I had 134 to the pin, so a pitching wedge, and this is one of those things where you're looking to take advantage. It's a hole with soft conditions. Generally, in normal open conditions, even a pitching wedge can be a difficult shot, but this one a little easier with softer greens, only about 10 feet, and again, straight putt that went in the middle. That was a fun way to close out the round.
You played so well, and obviously Adam Scott did as well. A really, really strong performance collectively by the two of you, and in very strong position heading into the weekend. We really appreciate you spending a little bit of time with us, Matt.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
Mike?
All right, the Players' Champion, Matt Kuchar, both he and Adam Scott shot 67 today. And to Matt's point of being just off balance on those first few holes, he's 3 over par in the first 2 rounds on 1, 2, and 3, 7 under the rest of the way. Let's get that figured out tomorrow. Might bode well for Sunday.
Back at the Open Championship, second shot at 16 for Tiger Woods.
Tiger laid way back, 146.
Keep sliding.
Another big cut swing out of Tiger Woods. He's been trying to curve his short clubs. He's had a lot of cuts off the tee. Seen an occasional draw here or there. This guy clears his lower body about as fast as anybody. And his hips clear out of the way. Oof, might have stuck that in the ground just a little bit. There you see the interlocking grip. The majority of players are going to overlap. He's got his pinky finger and his index finger wrapped around each other.
Ernie Els up at 18, 1 over for the day. Hear that roar up here at 18 as Ernie gets it back to 2 under par. Three under, I beg your pardon, with that birdie. Even for the day. Darren Clark's going to wrap up his Open Championship defense as well in this group with Zach Johnson and Ernie.
Well, Clarkie is one of the most popular players amongst his peers on all tours. He plays everywhere, all over the globe. Huge win for him. Disappointing week this week.
Won it on his 20th try last year. Most tries before winning Open Championship history. He found a lot of comfort with his putting right before the Open Championship started.
Yeah, remember he had a lot going on. The way his head was moving and his eyes were jumping around and such, but boy, he was dialed in. He teed a green in the conditions, the dry, windy conditions.
Said one of his joys of the Open Championship was taking the claret jug to many different parts of the world when he traveled with it very often. Great ambassador for the game and for this championship. Zach Johnson finishing. Talked about often tough to back up a good round. Zach could not. 17.
Second on the way for Graham McDowell.
And Scott, that's 160 yards, leaking a little right.
Okay. Well, be curious to see if he can hit it hard enough from there. Nobody's gotten the speed from that portion of the green today.
Now as we move down to the 15th green, Tom Watson for birdie. He's currently +3. Looks like he's going to need one in the last 4 holes.
Have you played much with him lately, Curtis? Is it? I know you're not playing much, but
I'm playing more than you.
Well, it's a possibility.
You know, I see him hit a lot of balls. I have not played with him, but he's, like we said, he drives it so much better than he used to.
When he was in his prime, I'm sure you bumped heads with him a few times as well.
A couple of times, yes.
I remember playing with Watson at the World Series of Golf in Akron, and he outdrove me by 30 yards on every hole. I was right in my prime and hit every fairway, shot 64. He ended up losing in a playoff, and I told him after the round, I said, you know, Tom, I got to tell you, that's the greatest ball striking round I've ever seen. You know what he says? He just kind of shrugged and said, little Watson of old there. I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, the Watson of old there would have made a lot of those putts too, but that apart, it looks like he's going to need a birdie in the last 3 holes. There you see his card. He's bogeyed a couple on the backside.
Well, Curtis, Sergio's going to need at least one birdie. Played out of the heather from about 50 yards to this point, just over the green. He's running out of time. Is that putt running out of steam? No.
Looked like he was giving up on it, Sean.
I don't think he thought it was going in. Just kept trickling, with just enough to keep his hopes of being around for the weekend alive.
His name on the first couple of pages of the leaderboard a moment ago from Denmark, 22-year-old Thorbjorn Olesen. Won the Sicilian Open this year. And then in England at Sunningdale, got through the 36-hole one-day qualifier. Look at that great shot by Olesen. That's the qualifier where a lot of the players of the European Tour play 36 in one day, try to work their way in. He did, and he's tied for third at 4 under with this guy.
Tiger Woods for birdie to get to 5 under within 5 of Snedeker. So Tiger and Sergio electrifying the crowd here at the 16th green late in the day. Back to even par on the back 9 for Tiger Woods. Now alone in third.
I think we always want to read Tiger's lips, but I think what he was saying there is it's about time you made one. Good putt.
Up here at 18, Bubba Watson 3 over for the day. He's even for the championship. Continue to watch this cut line with Lee Westwood at 3 over. And on the other side of it, still 70 players 2 over or better. Dustin Johnson's one of them. Aaron Baddeley. Four players still on the course at +2. One of those +2s drops back. It'll get the +3s in. But Westwood, try to take care of your own business and make a 3 here.
Westwood admitted yesterday after the round he didn't feel that good coming in about his game.
Up at 14, back at 14, I should say, Jason Duffner, who started the day at even par.
Familiar waggle of Jason Duffner. Another good shot. Just needed to release another foot or two. It would have trickled down that hill.
Sensational stretch he had in May on the golf course and off as he got married. And finally took some honeymoon time after that. After the good tee shot by Olesen. Bjorn with a 2. Right there on the first page of the leaderboard. 17.
Tiger Woods, significance of that birdie. It'll get him in the second to the last game off. At the moment, there are still some 4-unders on the golf course.
Scotty, I think that's very important to him to be as close to that lead group as he possibly can be. Going with the Steely again off of this one.
Wants to let him feel his presence. Little oohing and eyeing at that low stinger that continues to run out as it has.
You know, he's done a good job of those low stingers today. On the holes he's really needed it to run, it's released, and the ones he's just kind of tried to flight it out as a layup, they've spun and stopped nicely. And we'll go over to McDowell for birdie.
Pace is the key here. So many have left it short, just like that actually had the pace. It's par for McDowell. Back on the tee, Sergio.
Well, he's been scratching all day long to get back near this cut line. +3 right now. Again, his mind as quiet as it's been all afternoon out here. He needs to get to 2. Players on the golf course have a great sense of what the cut's going to be.
Right of those bunkers left, that shot will be blind. You see it's an ample fairway, but as Mike was talking about earlier on 18, there's a place to hit it. It's just hard to see it to 14.
And Duffner to get to 5 under for the day. Second best round of the day going after 64 from Snedeker.
It's a testament to the course, Mike, how hard it's playing in just perfect conditions. Only one guy better than 4 under today.
Lee Westwood, 57 majors, bunch of top 10s, bunch of top 3s, 7 of them. No victories. That was the conversation coming in. Number 3 in the world. Birdie trying to make the cut. So now he will sit and watch. There's a big group of big names at 3 over. Tom Watson's out there. Charles Schwartzel, Garcia, Chad Campbell, John Daly, Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley in at +3. To make the cut or not, that's not the conversation piece Lee Westwood was hoping to talk about 6:45 Friday night local time.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. And this is the first time in some time that Westwood hasn't played well in a major. He just always seems to be in there. There's not a lot of ups and downs in his game. He just kind of steady. And I just get the feeling he's going to do it one day. But, you know, you never know. It's not happened yet, that's for sure. And it's the longer he goes, the harder it gets.
Bubba. Runs out of steam, so he'll be around for the weekend. Even par for 36 holes, 73. Masters champ +3 on the day. That is right now tied for 29th on the board. A board that doesn't need a lot of introductions and a lot of bios. A lot of people you've watched play and watched play on Sundays on the 4 weeks that define golf. And then some guys like Thomas Aiken, Thorbjorn Olesen. See if they can hang with this major company. Brandt Snedeker been around it at the 08 Masters. Adam Scott's going to be in the last group of a major for the first time in his career. Tiger's 5 back right now, playing 17 when you come back.
Second round of the Open Championship on ESPN continues. Tiger Woods on the 17th, his second off a birdie at 16.
Because Tiger hit it right on the right edge of this fairway, he can see the top half of this flagstick. 93 yards, excuse me. Perfect 7-iron, right in his wheelhouse.
Cover the white, up, and a little left. Left.
Safely on. They'll have a puck. similar to Adam Scott a little earlier. He'll have to wrap that to get it up the hill. Back to 13.
And the second for Thomas Aiken, 29-year-old from South Africa.
Wow, look at that.
Spun it to the right.
Like a regular tour event, doesn't it, Curtis?
Very nice.
Now it's 16, second for Tom Watson. One shot on the wrong side of the cut line at the moment. The cut line teetering between +2 and +3. It is a nice shot in here to give himself a shot at birdie. Made the cut in 5 of his last 7 appearances. Only missed 10 cuts in the 34 previous Open Championships in which he's played to 17.
Sergio Garcia's second.
171 +3. Needs to go flag hunting. He's hit it fat.
He's let go of the club on about half of his swings.
Sure has.
That's 2 days, Scotty, not just one, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
A lot of times that happens because your setup's so bad. When you make the swing, you just know immediately it's just way out of sync, way offline.
Now the second for Thorbjorn Olsen. Both of those shots will get it done.
It's like throwing lawn darts out there, Curtis, these guys.
Well, they're just taking advantage of the conditions. 16.
Very quiet around this green late in the day. These savvy golf fans well aware of the meaning of this putt, perhaps for Tom Watson. Enormously popular over here, 5 times the Open champion. To get inside the current cut line. To give it enough. Just curves to the left. Told Ryo Ishikawa he was going to finish. Don said last night, Paul, he feels as good about his putting as he has in a very long time. He's been working out on the practice green here during the week and feels very comfortable.
Imagine when his neck was bothering, it's probably the only thing he could do was putt. McDowell over here at the 18th.
Well, 139 yards. I mean, the last 3 hours have absolutely been perfect out here.
Look at the flags on top of the bleachers, just laying there.
The ball you see up there is Dustin Johnson. And McDowell put one in there on top of Dustin's second shot. And we'll show you what happened. We're watching Tom Watson putt a few seconds ago. Dustin at +2 did a good job. Remember, took the driver out, took a little risk there at 16, put it in a bunker, able to make that work out. Now comes back. If he can follow that birdie, it'll be at 1 over par. And there you get a look at the scene. So that current cut line is +2. You have 4 players. And Scott, you were just talking in the break how you had Dustin staying inside that cut line, not dropping to 3 over, which would bring the 3 overs into play. So there are 2 players who are impacting a lot of big names up there.
Stephen Tilley, Joost, my man.
Loden from the Netherlands.
Ham and Eggett.
The Dutch star. Can he make it happen? We had a lot of issues for Justin Rose this week, haven't there?
And here on 17, this just gives you an idea how much rain fell overnight. We talked about it throughout the day, ½ inch, but this water on these 2 ringside bunkers is not abated throughout the day.
We're standing before. So I'll wait, not where you're going to go. Okay.
Normally the ruling on casual water is you take complete relief, but here in the bunkers, that's not the case. You go to the least amount.
And you heard that thud as he dropped it in there.
Okay, I mean, you happy that this area is...
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
But the good point is it didn't bury. Usually, you drop in a wet bunker, there's a 90% chance it'll bury.
And I'm pretty sure that on his follow-through, he's going to catch a bunch of that water here. But it's better than having to drop outside the bunker, which would be a one-shot penalty.
Remember guys earlier, Keegan Bradley?
Put on the rain suit.
That's right.
Yeah, he's going to might get a face full here.
The ball's sitting on a pretty severe downslope, so he's got to make sure he really goes down through it and really keep it, the club moving down, which is going to get only closer to that wet sand in the water.
Oh, not bad. Not bad at all.
That's really well done. We know Westwood's hopeful to play the weekend. He'll need help. Rose will need a birdie at the last, and he'll need help. And there's a look at what he dealt with there.
Well, the sand is so hard because of the amount of water that the club was able to actually bounce before it got to the casual water there. He was pretty brave. He kept his head down on that as if the water wasn't even there.
What a great look.
See the spin on that thing?
I think he just missed that water.
Sure did. So cool to see that club head go past the ball as the ball climbs up.
I'd ask what our viewers at home might learn from that, but none of us could implement it anyway.
Well, the best bunker players have this feeling that they can slip the club right underneath it.
All right, Andy, you've had a look at this line.
Interestingly, there's a little bit of a ridge between himself and the hole, and Sergio's putt from off the front of the green looked like he had backspin on it going up this hill, so I suspect it's going to be very slow, and then it goes back down the hill at the end, so just judging the speed.
It was on a decent line, but tails off. As he marks, Sergio will eyeball this one. We'll get back to that. To 13.
And this is the birdie putt from Olesen. Just to get him to -5. Oh. It's just a wonderful opportunity missed there.
Great.
And now at 13, Thomas Aiken. And that gets him to -5. Birdie to 10, birdie to 13. Good plan.
Yeah,
18.
Curtis, we thought Aiken and Olesen in the fourth to last group on Friday would be sliding up the leaderboard, impacting how the last few groups will line up for Saturday, but it could be the case. A couple of great shots. Let's see the payoffs. See if Dustin can roll this in. As Bill said, good playing over the last few holes. Dustin Johnson, who was in it for 68 holes last year, the Open Championship. Make sure that he will be around for the weekend. 68 for the winner in Memphis, his second start back from his absence on tour earlier this year.
This is a big opportunity here for Graham to post 5 under first, which would, at the present time, get him into the second to last group. The order that you go on that scoreboard at the clubhouse, not our board, but at the clubhouse, is the order you'll go out the next day.
First to post goes out last. First in, last out. For the players who were tied.
Just tugged it a little bit.
instead of posting 5 under. McDowell comes to third in at 4 under par. 69 for Grant McDowell today. One of 5, tied for 5th.
Tiger to clean this up. 4 par, which he does without incident. 1 more for Tiger's second round. Back on the tee, 5-time champion.
Watch out for these bunkers left.
Will it avoid them all? No, it won't. And that's gone fishing. Can see it, but barely submerged. As Tom Watson will have a bit of a struggle to play the weekend here, where Brandt Snedeker continues to set the pace at the Open Championship.
This hour of the Open Championship is brought to you by Franklin Templeton Investments. Gain from our perspective.
Our Open Championship coverage continues here at Lytham and St. Anne's. Our ESPN golf team, round 2. Here is Tiger, 5 back, tied for 3rd, the finishing hole.
It's all about fitting it in between all these bunkers. Take it down the left-hand side and hit a cut. Exactly what's happening.
See if one of those, this is those runners. This is the one that holds. You know, he's hit 2 different kinds of iron shots off the tee, Mike. He's hit those stingers that really run out, and then he's just hit like the normal shot he'd be hitting into a green or a putting surface. Some take off and some bite.
Well, Tom Watson trying to figure out, Scott, his options at 17.
I can't imagine any of them are too positive, Mike.
Apparently his option is to go home.
Well, there are 19 bunkers here. On the 17th hole, a cluster there left. And as you saw, greenside, where Justin Rose played beautifully, there's water where he is. Sergio.
Got to make something happen. 4 over par. Just to make birdie and then get some help to make the cut.
Spillane made a couple of poor bogeys the last couple of holes. Made that nice chip in, but he sandwiched that with a couple of short putts missed.
Now, Andy, as I said that Aaron Baddeley, and Sean was telling us this during break over at 16, Baddeley just dropped a shot at 16, so Baddeley moving to 3 over par from 2 means the cut line currently sits at 3 over par. So Watson at 3. Sergio can make a birdie. For the moment, the 3s are in good shape, but again, that can still fluctuate.
Watson was submerged but given relief in the bunker. Great look from above. What a play.
Oh my goodness.
What a play. I give up. And there's that wild Tom Watson smile. And there's the plaque, the Bobby Jones plaque, commemorating what has to be one of the greatest shots ever hit in golf history in 26. Sandy area, they described it then, Mike Tirico?
Sandy waste area.
Sandy waste area from 175. And considering the technology of the day, that must make Bobby Jones the greatest man that's ever played the game. Playing with a stick and a hunk of iron on the end of it. And this man certainly in the discussion. Ball beneath his feet. Goes down and gets it.
That is truly remarkable, really. Let's take another look at this thing.
Supposed to be able to do that,
especially not at 62.
I don't care if you're 22. Not many would take that on with that degree of success. I'm sure Ishikawa and Keimer filed that away. Remember we were playing there at Lytham in St. Anne's? What year was that? Remember the shot Watson hit?
A lot of people can say that, huh? Over the years?
Without question.
And the one thing we've seen over the years, Scott, coming here is Watson's been paired with so many young players, and he's so good to them, and they just talk about the experience glowingly. Tom's been such a first-class winner.
Obviously, he's playing longer than that shot, but
is there a slumber party in the 18th fairway?
This is actually unheard of. You know, the photographers are supposed to be within an arm's length of the ropes.
And which way? I still think it's a little off the right because we played 17 down. Yep. You know what I mean? Let me throw it up just to check. It feels kind of straight in-ish. The puffs, I think it'll come a little out right because that 3-iron got a long ways out there on 17. After that. That makes sense? Yep. Now you can feel slightly off the right, but mostly at you.
Dr. North, translate, please.
Well, basically what he's saying is, Tiger, you got 163 yards, you got a perfect right front hole location, knock it stiff.
Slight questions on the wind direction, trying to base it off the way they played 17. Let's see if it all works out.
This is basically the same shot he had back at 14 where he overcut it and missed the green to the right. That same shot here would catch one of those bunkers on the right.
He's hit a lot of little tiny baby cuts with his short irons. He seems to be set up open again. Watch how much he turns through the shot.
Wind's off the left. God almighty.
It's long and right. Overcooked it. That'll be challenging. Now again, we'll have to see if there's a little moisture in that bunker as well.
Andy, is there enough breeze to impact the ball there?
The other way?
It's 3-4 miles an hour.
I'm kind of looking. I've been sitting here all day and not wind issues. It's barely up. Justin Rose out of a fairway bunker. Just advanced a short distance. That's the perils. Those are the perils that await if you miss the fairway at 17.
Might need a birdie. Doesn't drop, but still, for the moment, Tom Watson safely inside. But that number does continue to fluctuate. Oh no. A remarkable shot from the bunker, but an all too common refrain later in Watson's career. The putter betrays him to 18.
This is Justin Rose's third shot at 18.
Yeah, just over 100 yards after having to just pitch it out of that bunker.
Justin was sitting on +4. Hopefully he can get to 18, make a birdie. He and Garcia in the same boat. World number 9 without a major championship.
Sergio with 92 yards. I mean, just a perfect sand wedge shot. Throw it in here. You can stop it. There's no bounce you have to worry about.
Definitive of golf risk reward off 18T. Take the driver down here.
Yeah, it really is, Mike. He's 70 yards ahead of where Tiger was.
Back up.
Should spin.
We'll have a look at it. We have not seen a lot of putts hold with that hole location, as you've said, just the way it sits at 18.
Dustin Johnson made one, but that's been about it.
Here's the welcome.
Tiger's on a slight upslope there in the bunker. It shouldn't be that difficult. A lot at stake in this group right here all of a sudden. Tiger with a chance to post the first 5 under, which would get him in the second to last group if he can get up and down.
As you said, Paul, it's on a little bit of an upslope, but there's a severe downslope coming out of this bunker. But I believe with it as firm as it is, you can probably spin it enough to land it on that downslope and still control it.
Yeah, he's always been a decent bunker player. He has struggled a little bit of late out of the sand. The wet sand, generally a little easier to spin it. Slapped the sand.
And back-to-back 67s. And within 4, the leader, Snedeker.
All the best bunker players. I've said this a bunch. Big backswing, short follow-throughs. Just like that. Definitely helped by the slight upslope there. You could see as well as he nipped it, the ball still had a little pace on it. There's the difference between making birdie and bogey. Bogey would have put him in a tie for 5th with a host of players instead of being solo 3rd. Instead of being 6 shots back, Tiger now only 4 shots back. Love how he screwed that club face open.
Paul, how about the difference in attitude in making 3 versus 5?
Huge.
Possibly.
Classic fist pump. Again, you just really could see the conviction there at impact. He really slapped the sand, Curtis.
So after going 15 holes without making a birdie on the second 9, he birdies 2 of the last 3. Justin Rose dropping his putt in. And Sergio Garcia as well. As they finish their days and their first 36 holes.
But you're right, Curtis. The attitude from if he doesn't get that up and down to holing it is just enormous. Well,
it's been some time since Tiger's been in this kind of position after 36 holes at this championship. Of course, he led the U.S. Open, tied for the lead after 36 holes. Last month in San Francisco at Olympic, the last couple of years at the Masters, not 2012, but 2011 and 2010, he was tied for 3rd after 36 holes. But the fans who stayed, chance to see Tiger hold a bunker shot, make birdie at the 18th, shoot 67 for the 2nd straight day. And we're back here at the Open Championship. We were showing you the replays of Woods making that bunker shot. Garcia did not make his birdie, but he made par, so Sergio finished at +4. That's where Tom Watson is as he plays his 2nd at 18 after the disappointing short putt that he missed. And Tom has to hold that to get to 3 over, which is right on the cut line. 70 guys there. it's just gutting for Garcia. You know, you think about you're trying to make the cut. You hit a big drive down here. You're a good second shot. Tiger holds the bunker shot. You miss. You're on your way home.
Yeah, the putter's a great equalizer, and it's held him back for a long time.
Yep, 17 now.
Not a lot of joy in his game these days, is there? Duffner spanks it right at the heart of the 17th.
Just a seed there.
And he hits it well. 7th ranked player in the world. A year ago at Atlanta in the PGA Championship. Perhaps a surprise name. Ended the year ranked in the 30s at a couple of wins earlier this season. Very nearly won 3 in a row. And here he is in top 10 player in the world and tied for 4th with 2 to play. So we roll through some of these scores. Snedeker 66-64, worth repeating if you haven't been with us. He hadn't made a bogey to 10 birdies. Adam Scott, a clean round as well, 9 under. Tiger with a hole out getting to 6, and number of players under par. Worth mentioning Morrison at 2 under. Hopes of England were on Donald and Westwood, etc. There he is at 2 under. And here's the welcome.
Only one man, Harry Vardon, won more Open Championships than Tom. Vardon won them in the late 1890s and then 3 after the turn of the century, last in 1914. And part of the triumvirate, and James Braid, J.H. Taylor, 5-time winners, Peter Thompson, the Australian who won the 2nd Open Championship held here in 1965. Those are the other men who've won 5 along with Tom Watson.
One thing about Watson is he never really had to adjust his ball flight that much, Tom, considering the conditions, and he's, for the most part, a high ball hitter, but he hit a boring flight. Andy Norris played a lot of golf with Tom Watson. He can attest to that. Where a guy like Mickelson's ball flight is higher, or about the same trajectory maybe as Watson's, but with significantly more spin. And so where Phil has to hit knockdown shots, Watson just kind of went about his business and played the game as it fit him and saw his eye, and I think that's a terrific advantage for him.
Watson, who is loved here in England and virtually adopted in Scotland. 4 of his 5 Open Championships coming to the north in Scotland. The one he won here in England was in '83 at Birkdale.
He was always so brave on the greens. I remember years ago watching the putts hit the back of the hole and leap up in the air and go in.
And when he made 17 on Saturday at Turnberry in '09 against Stuart Sink, eventually beat him on Sunday, but he made one of those putts that brought the whole grandstand to your feet and you could feel the roar. How about one of those now? How about
No quit in the old dog, I'll say that.
Neil Oxman, Tom's longtime friend who caddies for him here. Neil is one of the leading political consultants in the United States. And these two guys have shared a lot of...
Oh, they're best friends.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about golf and politics and society. And it's been a pleasure to watch them enjoy a lot of these walks with Tom the last few years.
One of the things about Watson, it was a great reaction. We saw that reaction a few times at Turnberry, but yes, that's so cool. And the folks at 18 got rewarded for sticking around.
Ain't that the truth? Good 15 minutes up here at 18. And right now the cut just popped to 2. Aaron Baddeley must have made a birdie at 17 to do that. With Baddeley, Lowton, Stephen Tilley and Aaron Townsend, who are still on the golf course at +2. Kind of going back and forth between 3 and 2. Scott with the action at 17.
Correctly called, Mike. Aaron Baddeley made a mess at the 16th. That putt on 17 with far less attention and fanfare, for the moment, has moved the cut back. It is ping-ponging back and forth from 3 to 2 and to the man at 6.
You could hear, as we showed you that, just seconds later, the roar of the Watson putt, which equaled the roar when Woods hold the bunker shot at 18, and Tom Rinaldi standing by with Tiger.
Mike, thanks very much. Back-to-back 67s, but we need to begin with how it ended. How do you explain the shot out of the bunker?
Well, it wasn't that bad because I was on the upslope. If I was on the flat, or if not on the downslope, then it would have been a totally different shot. But being on the upslope, I could throw it up in there and land on the flat and be totally fine on the speed.
In these conditions, when you went out there today, what did you think was available in terms of a score?
Well, looking at the guys this morning, excluding Brent, I think that most of the guys were shooting, even from even to a few under. That was going to be a good solid round. And, we had the wind die down out there. It wasn't so bad. But it was the pin locations. The whole location, we were all up on knobs. And it was really tough to get the ball in a spot where you could be pretty aggressive.
You mentioned excluding Brand. When you see somebody just catch fire like that, how does it affect your mindset, if at all?
No, we got a long way to go. It's I need to, post my round and get up there, and we have some forecasts on wind on Sunday, and this golf course we haven't seen it yet with the wind that we're supposed to get around this place, and if you look at it, 400 pars in fourth place, so. That's kind of saying something without any wind.
Well, your first couple of rounds have been great exercises in patience as much as precision and keeping to your game plan. Let's take a look at some highlights and provide some context. You opened with 3 straight pars, and now you're here at the 4th.
Yeah, I got a little 7-iron here. It was 181 to the front. I was just trying to land the ball, anything over that, and it was down off the left and just hit it straight up in the air.
Obviously, you hit it tight there. You make the birdie. We're going to skip forward now to 6, and give me an idea, as you're looking at where these pins were placed, what you faced for this birdie look.
Oh, this one was probably about, 4 or 5 inches outside left, and most of the bricks late. I was able to hold that one.
You talked about trying to gauge the speed of these greens. I know at times you used a layer of lead tape and whatnot. Here at the 7th, the par 5. You're in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I had 131, and I didn't think it was going to jump. Hit a 9-iron. I was just trying to land the ball anywhere over 100 yards and let it roll up on the green, but it flew to the hole. And ended up where it wasn't so bad. The lie was marginal, but it was a pretty easy shot.
Out in 32. Now, again, trouble on the par 5 here on the 11th.
Yeah, I'll start with a bad tee shot. I mean, I'm just hitting iron down there, and I stuck in the ground here to the right, and compounded my problem by not putting in the fairway after that.
Only 2 bogeys in 36 holes, both times connecting it to missing fairways. You've been so precise from tee to green. To the 16th here in the par 4.
Yeah, it was just a putt that was about 6 inches outside the right, and just make sure I hit it hard enough.
Important bomb there, and then of course the shot on 18 that you just had such a demonstrative reaction to. We'll get to in just a second, but as much as you claim this wasn't that difficult, it looks intimidating from this view.
No, but it's on the upslope, so as I said, it's not that bad. I can control the pace, but if it was on a downslope, that would have been a whole different deal.
We see those reactions from time to time with you. We'll probably show it to you a few more times, but when you make a shot like that, what goes through your own mind?
Well, I pulled it off because it was a ball that I was trying to play, just outside the left edge. And,
did you see that one? Did you see the reaction of that woman in the back? Okay, there you go. What's the difference between potentially what at least looked like bringing bogey into picture versus the birdie there?
It all depends on where I ended up in that bunker. You know, if it, as I said, if it rolls into the flat or on the downslope, then it's a totally different deal. But I could take out the big slope that I was coming off the bunker and landed on the flat, and that makes the shot so much easier.
How pleased are you with your play through the first
I'm very
couple
pleased.
days?
Very pleased. I was executing my game plan. I had a plan in which I thought would be effective on this golf course, and I've executed it so far.
Each time that Tiger Woods has won a major championship, one of these arcane stats that we like to throw out, he has broken 70 in the second round, and you've broken 70 here, so at least a positive omen in that regard, probably not equal to jarring out from the sand on 18.
I'll take it.
Yeah, well, you'll take it. Mike?
Okay, Tom, thank you. And Tiger, so you look at the career wins and worldwide. We've focused so often on Tiger on the PGA Tour, passing Jack and moving one past him with that 74th victory back this summer. Guys who have won before, Woods with a major championship experience of going through the weekend, but it has been a while, and many people will continue to ask that question going forward until he does do it on one of the major weekends.
Well, yeah, the question is Tiger back? And the debate continues, I'm guessing, until he wins a major. He's only been under par one time in his last 10 weekend rounds in majors. But Tiger just gave us the feeling that he was setting himself up for the weekend. And, you know, he's got the experience, and the other guys, they got the burden of proof.
All right, so we continue to watch the cut line and its move. It has fluctuated, like we told you. With the kind of guys who are at this number, we may have 2 or 3 more moves in the afternoon. Just had a bogey by one of the guys at 2 over to move back to 3 over. So 85 are currently at +3. That's where the cut now is. Aaron Baddeley, who made that birdie at 17 a moment ago, is at 2 over. And ends up between the bunkers. Watching the cut line over at 16 now with Sean.
It was Stephen Tiley who made the bogey at 14. They go back to +3 that moved the cut line there. This is Joost Luiten at +2 and trying to get a little breathing room with a birdie at 16. The only player from the Netherlands in this Open Championship, a big birdie, boosting his chances of being around on the weekend and perhaps doing a little bit of damage to those +3s as the cut line continues to teeter back and forth. Brandt Snedeker doesn't have to worry about that. He hasn't made a bogey yet through 36 holes. He's one ahead of Adam Scott. The 22-year-old Olsen still on the course, as is James Morrison, coming toward the end of his round.
Adam Scott, second place, signing some autographs for the fans here. About 44,000 on hand for this second day, and probably even more headed to Northwest England for our coverage tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got your seat taken care of. And on Championship Sunday, we're an hour earlier, 6 a.m. to conclusion. Tiger answering the questions when he shoots 67 or better. This is what Tom Rinaldi was referring to in the first 2 rounds. 3 times it's happened here at the Open Championship. Hoylake in 06, 05, and 00, of course, at St. Andrews, in the 2000 PGA at Valhalla. Matter of fact, Tiger shot 67-67. Multiple times he's done that to start a major, 4 times, and he's won them all. Right now, as we look at the board, the 4 under pars, see who would be the first one in to go with Tiger. It's Paul Lawrie, and then Kuchar and Graham McDowell after that. So I'll take you back to the 14th par 4 as we continue to watch the cut line story. We mentioned a bogey by Stephen Tiley from England. Changed the cut to the +3s getting in. And this is where he dropped that shot at the 14th. He had steadied his round a bit after opening 1 over par his first 6, made a birdie at 9.